invest more in the domestic and regional market. Tourists are increasingly seeking value for money and traveling close to home in response to the challenging economic environment. The One Africa market in the African Continental Free Trade Area, coupled with Africa's young digital savvy population and growing middle class, will drive the future of domestic and regional tourism in the continent. Now is the time to open more opportunities in the sector by engaging this next generation of tourists. It is time to focus a bit more on the domestic and regional tourism market as an engine of development. Ladies and gentlemen, the potential of tourism is enormous, and we have a shared responsibility to make sure it is fully realized, and a duty to ensure that as growth returns, it improves lives. Let me therefore end my address by calling on the government, private sector, and development partners to collaborate to enhance responsible and sustainable tourism to boost the nation's economy. Together, we can transform tourism to fulfill its potential as an engine for prosperity, a vehicle for integration, a means to protect our planet and biodiversity, and an agent of cultural understanding between peoples while delivering on the promise of the SDGs. I thank you.
Can we put our hands together? Thank you very much, and we are very glad and honored to have you in our presence, and especially also to welcome you into Uganda. And we are sure you'll be able to have very good time, especially since you're with the right people, and these are the tourism people. Always say that with the tourism, you're always dealing with very happy people who actually want even to make you more happier. So allow me now to invite the panelists onto the stage so that we can be able to discuss in relation to the SDGs. In order to save time, I'll just invite each of the panelists, then they will give their own brief introduction other than me going through the introductions of each person. Oh, they said this stage was built by a man, so I'm wondering whether to invite men first or the ladies, but anyway, ladies first. So allow me to invite Jeanette Shrapzil. She's the program manager at CBI Uganda. Please step forward. Thank you very much. And allow me to also invite Anna Grodosk. She's the managing director at Matoke Tours. I think in Uganda with Matoke Tours, I'm sure they serve Matoke on their tours. So then allow me to also invite Engineer David Sali Luyimbazi. He's the deputy to, as I mentioned, I'll give you a minute each to introduce yourself and what you do, and especially we're very much interested how this fits into the tourism, how you make a contribution to the tourism. So it's just an introductory mark. So then you can just press the, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name's Daniel Kango, as I've been introduced, and I work for Serena Hotels. Serena Hotels is under the Tourism Promotion Services, which is a regional hotel group, but we consider ourselves to be more in tourism than hospitality, because what our keynote speaker shared with us, all those points resonate so much with us. Serena Hotels, that's a banner I'm wearing today, operates like 30 hotels in Africa and Asia, but the majority of those hotels are in Africa, and in majority of them are in fragile areas, national parks, where we feel there are resources that could be exploited, but short-term investors are not willing to go there. And what I must say is that our programs in hospitality and tourism are aligned to the SDGs, and sustainability. We have paid a lot of attention to that.
Thank you very much. We shall come to that. So
yes.
this is, I just wanted a quick introduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies. Yes, Jeanette?
Yes, good morning. Jeanette Scherpenzeel. I work for CBI, Center for Promotion of Import from Developing Countries. We're a Dutch, thank you. We're a Dutch government program. And in Uganda, we are implementing a sustainable tourism development program, specifically working with our local team here for coaching and guidance to 50 tour operators on sustainable tourism development. And the ambition we have is to create a space for the sustainable and community products within the regions, working via the tour operators to bring those and connect those to the European market.
Thank you very much. Anna?
Thank you. My name is Anna Grodzki. I'm the managing director of Matoke Tours in Uganda. We are a tour operator in existence for close to 20 years locally here. We have mainly international tourists traveling around Uganda, and so full service packages. We have a very big focus on sustainability as really part of our business DNA, I would want to say. So we do contribute to responsible tourism development through our vision and mission, which is we create experiences that reflect our care and respect for the destination and its people, and this is what guides all our actions. We do contribute through collaborations and partnerships, especially in the last 5-6 years, and still even more through the COVID time, which was a time of reflection for us. We have really built up partnerships to see how to scale up our impact. One of these initiatives was to be part of Adventure Tourism Uganda, which was a cooperation of 7 tour companies focused on developing and promoting adventure tourism in Uganda, and we trained a couple of guides in that field, and we also collaborated with Ukarimu, which is an open source curriculum in tourism on training female guides.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Now, Ndugu David.
Is it on? Yeah.
Yes.
My name's Engineer David Salilu Imbazi. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Kampala Capital City Authority. I don't need to talk a lot about what KCCA does. We are responsible for running this city. The city faces a number of challenges. And of course, we also we undertake a number of efforts to ensure that the city is, subscribes to the sustainability initiatives such as the SDGs. During the discussion, I'll be able to elaborate some of these activities. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And lastly, Pauline.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Pauline MacDonald. I'm a Biodiversity Director at Total Energies, EP Uganda. It's a pleasure to be here. My main function is really to roll out the first ever conservation programme for Total Energies, and that's really because we're mindful of the sensitive environment in which these oil and gas resources are being developed. So part of that programme also involves a huge amount of community development and tourism support as well. So I hope through today's discussion you'll see that how private sector can support the development of the tourism industry in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope you agree with me that we have a very rich panel with quite diverse backgrounds, and they bring on board a lot of experiences, and that's why we have them here so that we can be able to share with them. So, in no particular order, maybe I'll begin with Engineer David Limbazi.
Oh my God.
I think we are all eager to hear from you.
Okay.
And I thought you'd have it first. So we're interested to know, how is KCCA contributing to the SDGs? And especially, I think I can note one of the key issues, especially if you could hint more also on the waste management. What is being done in the waste management, because it has a lot to do with sustainability and how the city itself as a destination is able to be a more livable place. So please let us know.
Thank
in
you
3
so
minutes.
much. Thank you so much. Our main aim, or our primary driver, we want to move towards zero waste as a city, to eliminate the need for landfills in the city. They are very, very destructive to the environment. Now, some of the initiatives we're implementing, we have a black soldier fly project where we convert organic waste which comes from the markets into fertilizers and other usable materials. So by converting waste into value, we eliminate the need to carry waste to the landfill and the need for landfills. Now, we also have what we call a Weyonje app. This is like the Uber of fecal sludge or fecal waste. Anyone with a septic tank can be able to order a waste emptier from one of our waste emptiers to go and empty their septic tanks. So this Uber is eliminating the need for people having filled septic tanks. Then, of course, you're also looking at plastic recycling. We're doing some pilot projects with Coca-Cola so that we'll be able to remove the need of having bottles strewn everywhere in the city, especially affecting our drainages. We are promoting the use of renewable energy. You see most of our streets are lined up by solar street lights. This is able to save the need for hydroelectric power for other more important industrial production rather than being used for street lighting. We do have most of our projects to promote we promote the provision of walkways. Now we have a non-motorized lane project or lane on Namirembe Road and Lumu Street, where only pedestrians and cyclists are supposed to be walking safely. Now this promotes exercise, reduces the air pollution in the city. We do have another program where we're trying to remove most of our schools were built in 1920s. Most of them used asbestos roofing. These are hazardous to the health of students. So we're trying to make sure we remove these asbestos sheets or roofing from the schools. So these are just but a few of the initiatives we're applying to ensure we have a safe, livable city.
Thank you very much for those initiatives. And I think I've liked I don't know what to call it. You called it the fecal sludge Uber. I think that's innovation. And I think that's how we can leverage on technologies to be able to sort out or solve some of the issues. We shall later on come to that and note what extent they have been able to effectively do that. But allow me, still related to SDGs, but also in relation to waste management, I wanted to bring in Daniel from Serena Hotels. If you allow me, we had a project which we were greening of tourism in Uganda, and we were dealing with a number of hotels, and actually the hotels were able to separate the waste at their hotels. And then in the morning, the waste company came with one truck and put everything together on the same truck. So I think that's why we need to talk about. So I don't know if that's the experience of Serena, but please go ahead and give us your views on SDGs and how we contribute to them, but you can hint on the waste management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking from that point, actually, that is one of the main challenges in sustainability, because we want to reduce waste, recycle wherever we can, and eventually reduce our footprint on the environment. We have tried to do many things, like moving away from plastic bottles as much as we can. We adopted full glass bottles. We move away from plastic straws to paper straws. But at the operational level, we separate the garbage, like you say, organic waste, paper, tin, plastics. But unfortunately, we need the taker of these garbages, putting it in one truck. And we have had engagements with them. And I have encouraged them to perhaps, and I'm sure there are people who are willing to invest in that business, if it could get facilitated, to come and collect the waste and go and convert it and be able to give you a report on your footprint on the environment. So unfortunately, we are here to get that separation being carried right through to the processing area. So right now we are dealing with garbage disposal instead of people who recycle waste. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now to Jeanette, we know CBI does a lot of support to a number of organizations, but especially with the key focus on small and medium enterprises, and also seeing how they can develop sustainable products. So can you just please give us an experience from your end, how you have supported a number of organizations to especially contribute to the SDGs in general, but also responsible tourism in particular? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Talking about the SDGs for CBI, it's number 8, decent work and economic growth. CBI believes in development by developing business. That is why we choose to work with the private sector as the linking pin. When the private sector starts working on sustainable tourism and having a business model into place, then the development can stay and strengthen itself. Initiatives like Sheraton Hotel are necessary and required and very much applauded. They're in the supply chain for these small businesses. The tour operators that we guide, they need to bring the tourists to the sustainable lodges, hotels with the sustainable activities, and Anna knows a lot about working with the supply chain. So that's number 8. And then there's number 12B, which is, I know that this, tools to manage sustainable impact for tourism that create jobs and promote local culture and products. This relates directly to the work with communities, and you can see examples of it also in the expo, where the examples of sustainable lodges, but also community tourism experiences are being presented, which are packaged in the supply chain of the tour operators we work with. Let me leave it there.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for linking to your favorite SDGs. I know in our operations we always have SDGs, we have the favorite that we are mainly dealing with. So here I'll bring in Anna, especially from the tour operator point of view. Yes, Matoke tours, but you can also give us the perspectives from the general tour operator point of view on how you play that role in contributing to SDGs, and which particular SDGs are you mainly interested and do you focus on? So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Janet, for the perfect introduction to my point, actually. So I'm going to speak as the counterpart now and one of the companies that works with CBI. So you already gave the perfect introduction to the SDGs that we support. So decent work and economic empowerment is just by default something that we logically contribute to as a company. Just to give you an example, I think we are one of the biggest tour companies in Uganda with around 1,500 to 2,000 clients per year. Each tour is on average 15 days. That means we work with a multitude of accommodation, service providers, activity providers, communities all over the country. So just by the nature of our business, this is the SDG that we most contribute to, and the efforts that we put towards it is mainly the consideration of decent work principles. So how do we deal with our own team, but also with every service provider and partner that we deal with, and what are the considerations there? But also how do we support our local entrepreneurs, and which entrepreneurs do you support? So we are very mindful on selecting partnerships. Value alignment is a very important part for us in this as well, that we have the same understanding of what responsible tourism is, what kind of tourism is good for the country and which we want to support. And maybe on a smaller scale, on the initiatives, how we support entrepreneurs would be trying to channel clients also to off-season travel, meaning that the entrepreneurs have a more steady stream of income. It's also including regions which are maybe less traveled traditionally within Uganda, and actively trying to promote them to include more communities in the value chain. And then the other part that we are working on, and it's going to be a work in progress, I think, for a very long time. I think it's good to acknowledge that sustainability is a journey and we are never achieving 100%, but we are just trying to get one step further. It's really on the responsible production and consumption. So how do we work with our value chain? Do we really align with our partners on, let's say, sustainability reporting? What are the things that are in place already? So it is a big, big task that requires a lot of coordination, a lot of cooperation, and sometimes we tend to be a little bit fragmented in our sector. So it needs a big push, and this is something we want to focus on in the coming years, to really coordinate with our partners to be on the same level. And if I may add a last one, because that's something that had a lot of attention from us in the last years, and we have received attention for it as well, is gender equality. So we actively really try to contribute to creating more opportunities for women in tourism. I think globally, women make up the biggest part of the tourism workforce, but often in low-income jobs, very seasonal jobs. So we did a pilot with the female tour guide training, where we really tried to give 34 young women the opportunity to explore the tour guiding profession. This is not only to be included in a job which pays very well, but also to shape like the narrative of the destination, especially when we shift more towards cultural tourism. We leave out the female lens in the narrative if we only have male guides recreating the stories which are there. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think you hit the right note on the gender equality. And indeed, I think that's something the discussion needs to continue on. How do we ensure that there are equal opportunities for different people, especially the different genders in the tourism section? As she has mentioned, you find you have more females. And I'll just give you a quick example. Sorry for being also part of a panelist, but part of my job, I'm a professor at Makerere University, and my class is typically more female than the men. But then now when you go to the industry, now you find the reverse. I mean, then the question is, where are all these ones we are training, where are they going within the system? Why do you find still that imbalance, an inverted pyramid now so it's something that we can discuss, and I think even from a research point of view and the rest, we are very interested to engage more in that and to know what should be able to be done. But Pauline, now with the SDGs, and not to push you into that, but we know Total Energies, and especially now in the wake of the oil exploration, and we're talking about their major concerns about biodiversity. And I think here we're talking about the SDG of biodiversity on land, biodiversity in water. So can you just please give us a brief insight in what you are doing and what you have been doing and how you are contributing to ensuring that actually the operations of Total contribute other than have a negative impact even on the SDGs. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. So I think it would be worthwhile starting by saying I'm a little bit of the odd one of the bunch here, because sustainable development in oil and gas doesn't necessarily go together. but I'm hope to be here to convince you otherwise. So Total Energies is a company, obviously we're a large energy major. We've also realized that the energy transition cannot really happen without the commitment of companies like ours. So that's why the company is really focused on investing in projects around the world which will have low emissions. We have the best technologies to develop highest standards in environmental protection and biodiversity conservation. But more importantly, these projects, the government of Uganda has decided to develop its resources, and we're here to do that with them to ensure that we maximise benefits for the country. And we're doing that in certain ways. You talked about SDGs around life on water, or life underwater and life on land. It's a little bit more than that. I think the oil and gas sector will represent about 20% of the Uganda's GDP in the coming years. And that means that we have a massive responsibility to contribute to economic development, but also we're doing a lot of work in youth inclusion. So we're doing scholarship programs. So we're developing a lot of the talent in Uganda through our national content programs. So that's one area, which would be SDG 4, education. SDG 5, access to clean energy. So one of the main components of this project is the availability of LPG. Which will provide a cleaner cooking technology. Another element that we have done is we've signed an MOU with the Ministry of Energy, and we've committed to developing around 120 megawatts of renewable energy in Uganda by 2030. Other activities that we're doing, obviously, we're working on a biodiversity conservation program, which I mentioned earlier. This is a really huge landscape scale program, which is focused on the Albertine region. It does involve working with many stakeholders, some of whom were here today, including Uganda Tourism Board. So our activities are really focused on community development, supporting the authorities to improve protected area management, conserve the habitats, but also to develop tourism by supporting capacity development, training. We're also working with Uganda Wildlife Authority to improve the tourism product in Murchison through track upgrades. And finally, the big piece that we're working on with Uganda Tourism Board at the national level is to develop the Explore Uganda app. So we're providing some seed funding to UTB to develop or to have more outreach to international tourism, but domestic tourism also through digital tech. And that's a project that we've been supporting now for the last 2 or 3 months. So those are just some examples of how the company is really committed to developing these resources in a sustainable way and maximizing benefits. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. The oil and gas industry presents a number of opportunities for tourism, but which are not yet fully known. I would just like to let you know that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda undertook a study on the linkages between tourism and the oil and gas industry. So I think it would be good to have a read of that report, and especially with a view of how can the tourism sector be able to tap into the developments and the changes that are coming with the oil and gas, but also in a way to ensure that we have them sustainable. And as Paulina said, with a number of initiatives being put in place. So we have heard about what a number of organizations are doing, ranging from hotels to supporting organizations to operators to the city authority. So now I would like to have each of you share with us on, that's what so far what has been done, but what do we think more needs to be done? In our view, what do we think more needs to be done to enhance the contribution of tourism to to the SDGs. This may be, it may be within your powers, or it may be as a coordination, as Anne was saying, could be an integration, because say we are disintegrated. But anyway, I think I'll go with Anne first. What do we think is the future? What innovation? We're even looking for the innovativeness. What innovativeness can we bring in to actually contribute to the SDGs, even domesticating them, domesticating the SDGs within our own operations? So what are your views on what needs to be done?
Yes, a lot needs to be done. I think that needs to be acknowledged first. But I will pick the point that you mentioned about domesticating the concept of sustainability. I do find it problematic often that sustainability is brought almost as a foreign, we treat it almost as a foreign concept that comes here, which is kind of, how can I say it, created and sterile and comes with indicators and reporting guidelines. But I do truly believe that sustainability is something we have to live. And maybe just the term in itself is something that alienates people. Especially when we are talking about we want to get impact into the communities, we want to work with more people. Are we really able to translate it? And then my next point about this is I think we need to own it, and that requires not only looking at the future, but kind of looking at the past, because I also truly want to believe that we as humans know how to live sustainably. It just means we care for our communities, we care for our environment, and at its essence, it's about well-being and creating and maintaining that well-being. So I do think that we all intuitively know how to do it. But in particular, when I look at the Ugandan context, there's so much local knowledge and indigenous knowledge. And many of those concepts that have been in place for hundreds of years actually do address and are solutions to modern problems which are created. If we look at the totem system in the Buganda kingdom, it's an indigenous system of conservation. If we look at the communities that really live as part of nature, they might know more about climate than any researcher out there who might have the theoretical knowledge. But if we would include certain people in it, I think there's a lot of indigenous knowledge to tap into, and it's also valid knowledge. So I think what I'm trying to say is we are facing a big crisis when it comes to climate, when it comes to other global issues, and it's very difficult to tackle, but it also can't be tackled with one solution for all, and we need local solutions to big, big problems. So I think ensuring that we have the right people in the room, that we include people in discussions, and that we also acknowledge we need diversity and lived experience, and not only research and data, which are also important, and international benchmarks, but how do we really own it? And can we tap back into that feeling of what we want for our own lives and for our communities? So I don't know if I have a solution for how to really do it. And I think personally for me, it has been a learning journey to get to this point and to think about how can I make this happen on a very, very small scale. But I just really hope to inspire some trickle down effect there. And I know that there are other people who are thinking the same and are working on the same. If I may use an example as well, which just kind of also emphasizes, I think we have to stop looking at tourism in a silo. We have to tackle things with a broader range of sectors and players. For example, Kampala Art Festival, which is happening this year in August, their theme is Indigenous Knowledge for Resilience, and their theme is care instructions. So they call sustainability care, and artists will be working on the theme of what do I know from my ancestors, my family, my tribe, which knowledge has been passed down to me for me to understand how to take care of my home and my family and my community. So I feel there's so much inspiration out there that we can look at. And once we start tapping into that feeling again and having this broader understanding of what we actually want to achieve, that's when we can start making small steps towards it. And the easiest way I think to do it is to think about what do we feel passionate about. I brought up the example with the female tour guides. Is something that within our team we identified as something that many people have been passionate about and have been doing things about. So also how to live in the community, how to mentor people, those are things that we already found there. It didn't need to come as an SDG or a reporting requirement, what are we doing towards gender equality? It's already there, but it's about recognizing it, and then how do we take it to a next level? Because at some point it will need streamlining and benchmarking also helps. So yeah, I think the key for me personally is really like owning and localizing to really think like what do we want to do and then cooperate with others on achieving this.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for the point of the indigenous knowledge, because in most cases we think responsible tourism, sustainable tourism is the SDGs are for the UN. They are the ones to do it. But then the question is, are we also responsible? And we think responsible tourism begins with you. It begins with how you act, even the very time, even in your own home and the rest. So tour operators always work with the hoteliers. Now I want to bring in Daniel, because they are the ones who supply you. They are the ones who bring the guests. So we also like to have your perspective of what you think needs to be done in terms of even positioning ourselves in tourism as being able to not only talk about sustainable tourism, but also practicing the sustainable tourism. So in your view, what do you think needs to be done to enhance the implementation of the SDGs?
I actually fully support that submission. Sustainability can be adopted at a personal level, at a community level, and as much as we need government support to register some of these things and provide a framework where there will be incentives and sometimes even punishments, because if you look at the matters of environment, I think we need a lot of discipline in this city. We all know that, and I think we need to reward those people who are adopting the right practices to mitigate against the environment, and those who are abusing it, I think they should be punished. We would like to see that more. However, I must appreciate the government because of respecting and protecting the cultural institutions, which are very key to tourism, because tourism is about people, about food, about music, about dance. So I think in Uganda we have a lot of that, and we can even sell more about that than the animals that are found in many other places within the region. So I would say that there's a lot that we can do as individuals. I think this needs to be cascaded down to the education system, where people are sensitized, because even before the SDGs came about and the whole debate and the whole education came around, we had started these tree planting campaigns. And I think over the last 18 years, because we have a sustainability office, which we have been invested in, staffed with 3 people who do constant reporting and collecting of data. As a group, we have planted 16 million trees in the region, many of them in Kenya. And out of those 16 million trees, we have been able to mitigate carbon dioxide that is equivalent to about 2.6 million tons of that. So I think that is something that needs to be continued, tree planting. I also think about in terms of gender issues that you mentioned. There could be a bit of affirmative action and registration so that we can increase gender equality in work and work employment, because I also think poverty contributes to environmental matters. If you look at people the urban poor, it's very difficult for them to adopt some of the things that we are discussing here. So there we need government intervention together with the private sector. How can we support these people? Because they are fighting for the basics. And some of them don't even have sufficient waste disposal systems. So I fully agree that whereas we need more government support, I think we need to be, as individuals, as communities, as families, as organizations, to demonstrate that it can be done. I also wanted to share a success story of harnessing like solar energy, which the KCCA director mentioned here. I think that can also be adopted at a personal level. We have a lodge in Kenya that became the first fully powered solar lodge in 2018. It is a 70-room lodge, lands laundry, but is off the grid 100%. That's a demonstration it can be done. And we work with partners whereby you invest in the solar energy, then we pay you instead of using harmful, you pay you for green power. It still costs the business, but we are spending money where it matters. if it's about working with the suppliers, I think we need to go work with more the vulnerable groups that empower people. It's not just a business for profit. It is business for impact and social change. So I fully agree, but I think we need more government action to support the SDGs, whereby the law of the land is respected, and we become each other's brother's keeper. I'm a golfer, and if you can help me to share this, once in a while I play golf at Uganda Golf Club, and we have that channel there that is relatively polluted with raw waste, and it bothers me so much that we have in the community, that golfing community, everybody who matters in this city. Golfing is part of tourism as well. When people come and they have breaks in between their tours and other things, and they won't play that, it could be converted into a beautiful river flowing there. But everybody wants it to happen, but it's not happening. So that's where we need perhaps the government action, the law of the land, to be put in effect and things to happen. Because if you want it bad enough, it can happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Talking about government, the role government has to play, and the punishments, it's good to hear that you are already advocating for those who are not conforming to be punished. And I think one of the people with those powers to punish and drive what you are talking about is KCCA. So I don't know.
You can reward us and punish us, please.
Yes, you punish and reward. You reward those who are doing well and punish those who are not doing it well. So, Engineer Imbazi, please.
Thank you so much. Basically, we work with the NEMA, National Environmental Management Authority, to implement measures that can control or limit the damage or harm people do to the environment, especially spilling. If there is discharge of effluent into the channels, because that's what police channels. So we do have monitoring mechanisms that we monitor the effluent quality that industry discharge into the channels. And recently, I think we did an investigation on Mukwano industry, and again, they were discharging highly toxic waste into the channels, and they were penalized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. But if you allow me, I would stick more with you, especially on that enforcement, because we have the laws and the rest, but in most cases, it's the enforcement aspect. In your view, what do you think needs to be done in the enforcement? Is it punishment that will work? Should we have more sensitization of the people to do the right thing, or wait for them and punish them when they do the wrong thing? I don't know what your view is.
We encourage what I would call self-discipline. So for industries, we sensitize them, we educate them, advise them to have monitors so they can be able to monitor the quality. And they're supposed to submit regular reports to the authority, okay? And we do random checks to ensure that they are complying. So sensitization is more sustainable so that they know what cost, because for example, if you discharge untreated effluent into the channels, these channels now pollute the groundwater. This water eventually ends up in the lake. The fish we feed on is intoxicated by this waste, eventually passing on diseases to the people who consume the fish. So the cycle of damage is quite substantial. So through education and knowing what the consequences of their inactions are, we're able to force sustainable living in the city without necessarily damaging the environment.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I was even waiting for you to also give us powers to punish. What do I do as a person if somebody is doing wrong? Yesterday, I was at Grand Imperial coming out of the parking, and the person who was driving a car threw out an empty box of cigarettes into the parking lot. So, but anyway, I think all those, you mentioned that it is not about waiting for KCCA to punish, but I think the sensitization also begins with us on how do we engage, how ourselves are we able even to dispose of our waste and as such. So I'll come into Pauline. please let us know. You have been now working in Uganda for some time. You know the efforts that Total is trying to do. We know the challenges that can come with the oil and gas industry, and a lot is being done with power and regulation and policy. But please, from your point of view, biodiversity and environment conservation, let us know what you think needs to be done, or the partnerships that need to come up and the networks that need to come up to ensure that actually we can even enjoy the oil and gas resource. It can even be invested in tourism. I think we have seen this example of where Dubai is using the oil and gas to actually invest heavily in the tourism industry. How sustainable it is, that's another issue, but we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jim, for the question. So I'd just like to start by saying Uganda, I think we're all in agreement, has a fantastic tourism product. There's nowhere else in the world where you can see mountain gorillas, chimpanzees in the best savanna parks. There's nowhere else in the world that you can do that. So my view is that government needs to lead and take action and leverage on the willingness, from my perspective, leverage on the willingness of private sector to contribute and to support. Not just private sector, but the aid sector also, you know. So for me, my work is really focused on developing relationships with the various government agencies who are involved in promoting and enhancing Uganda's tourism products. So that's not just the UTB, but Uganda Wildlife Authority, National Forestry Authority, Ministry of Water and Environment, all of these organizations, although it's cross-cutting ministerial mandate, we really need to pull together now and have a very clear and deliberate strategy to develop this sector. I speak for Total Energies, but also our partners, East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline and our Chinese National Offshore Oil Company. All of us are willing to sit down, but we can't do it alone. You know, we're really looking for guidance from the government to promote collaboration between our sector and other sectors. The other thing I would mention is that diversification of the tourism product is really important. I think that the range and quality of products needs to be further developed. I'm not just talking about, for example, take Murchison as an example. There's only really one area in Murchison, or two areas in Murchison. It's the Delta area where all the animals are and the falls, and you have the boat tour. But there's so much potential. There's so much potential for community tourism product development in that landscape. So I believe that working together with a committed group, whether it be a steering committee or something along those lines, could really help to maximize some of the support that's on offer through the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and especially on the point of the partnerships, working together and ensuring that we even improve and diversify the tourism product. Now, Jeanette, you can give us your views on that. Then we shall just have a last round of last comment. Then we shall have our tea break, then come back for another keynote speaker. So
yes, thank you. Let me build on the previous speakers. I very much agree with Matoke, Sheraton, Total. Oh, sorry. Serena. Okay. There is a big need in Uganda to diversify the product, to look for the real sustainability from within the actors, to go out and find the products available which contribute to sustainability and community development. And then there's another aspect. There is the demand side. If you ask me, what do you think still needs to be done? Then I would say align with the market. Find your target group. For the sustainable products, especially for the Uganda products, European market is very strong, powerful. It's not the only market. There's of course the Gulf states. There's also some regional markets. what needs to be done is not only the supply side to develop it, but when you are developing a product within Uganda, look at what's in the mind of the buyer. What are they looking for? What is the service level? And if you talk about the diversification of the products, start with the buyer in mind. What would they want to develop further in merchants and falls, for example? I leave it there. Oh, no, wait. I
Oh,
have
sure,
one.
go ahead.
Yeah, because talking about the market, I just want to say the figures do support sustainable tourism. Looking at the Booking.com the survey from 2023, they surveyed 23,000 travelers worldwide. So it said that 74% believe that they must act now on sustainability. 75% say they seek authentic experiences representative of the local culture. And then it comes 40% don't know where to find it. Well, I know where to find it in Uganda.
Okay, thank you for that statistic. I think it's good to know what the market, as you have mentioned, is talking about, other than you pushing down the product without actually taking into consideration. And it's good you talk about the authentic experience and the cultural experience and who is able to access it and who is able to know it. So allow me now, we can use 1 minute to give our parting shots, each of us, on, especially with relation to SDGs. We are cognizant that we are coming back for another session after the tea break. Now I'll do the reverse order. I'll begin with you, Pauline, coming this side.
Thank you very much. I'm just really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today. I think me as a representative of Total Energies, I think it really marks the start of a new journey for the company. This is the first time we've ever attempted anything like this worldwide in terms of all the conservation activities, the community development and the tourism development. So I'm very keen to speak to some of you individually if you would like to, because I think it's important. We're learning, it's a journey for us too. But other than that, just thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Thank you.
Yes, what I'd like to say, if we are to achieve these SDGs, all of us have to pull our weight. It won't take government alone, private sector actors, NGOs to pull this together. We all have a role to play at individual level and even at organization level. So when we all pull to the same side, we shall be able to achieve the aims of the SDGs. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anna?
Well, from me, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. I really appreciate that we had this the diverse backgrounds represented here, and I hope that we will have more opportunities like this. Again, coming back to my previous point about cooperation across sectors. For the future, the coming years, I really hope that we'll be able to achieve more coordination, also as a sector between us, to really be able to tie the loose ends together and to work on impact together.
Thank you, Janet.
I can keep it very short. Cooperation is key. So I agree with my panelists.
Okay, and lastly, Daniel.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just wanted to reiterate my company, Serena Hotels' commitment to aligning our business initiatives towards the SDGs. And in our sustainability endeavor, we hope to inspire the stakeholders, suppliers of business, so that they can take a long-term view to the business, because when you do that, then you realize that there is the climate mitigation, and you adopt that. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to speak at this event. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We can give a round of applause to all our panelists. And as we mentioned, we shall now have a tea break. We can do a 15 minutes tea break so that we have another presentation, then another panel discussion, then the Q&A. I'm just repeating for the program I mentioned to everybody. I can just repeat it, that let's have a 15 minutes break. And please, after the 15 minutes, because the 15 minutes are more for stretching, you can come back with your cup of tea, and the rest then we have a presentation, another presentation, then a brief panel discussion. And I think we have gained a lot from hearing of all from members. And the good thing is just the beginning. Then we can engage further, and I think we can have more further discussions about issues of responsible tourism, sustainability, SDGs, because we cannot address everything just in the few hours that we have. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, the audience. Let's just pick a cup of tea, stretch, and then come back by 5 minutes to noon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was in Bangalore. No, it was no, okay. Take a photo, okay?
There is Impora Rural Family, the one I talked to you about. Impora Rural Family. Kichwamba. Yunvujo Road. What is that? Amavere. There is Impora Rural Family, the one I talked to you about. Impora Rural Family. Kichwamba.
Okay, so that belongs to Kahama. They are not Kahama. That's something nice. Something you may mention is, which is very special, is the Wednesday Mugusu market. That is after this day. Yeah, today is Wednesday. Yeah, it should be there. I should go there. Just sit somewhere for the rain. But it's the biggest market. People come from Sudan, from everywhere to go to that market. Yes. And we have a tour there for tourists as well. Wednesday special. Yes. And then, yes, there is also something. There is what we call Wajimba. Wajimba Hill. And those healing springs are special for the king. They are wells where the king could lie in. And they are also good for how far is it from you? Up there. So 3 hours walk. We walk around hiking. You have to go up. Okay. Yes. And this Kibale, this is what I'm going to find. The Kibale thing, the premix and all that. Well, the premix, but then you have the Greater Lakes area. Yeah, Greater Lakes. Are they on the road to Kanyandani or where? Yes, they are on the road to Rihamba. So, Kamungi Road. Yes, Kamungi. So, there is like a road. Tinker has another. Okay, one step. That Tinker. Can you give me his phone number? I'm not done, like, I'm not put a lot of energy. I want to look like 2 days. Let's see what I can come up with. Yeah. Put on the microphone. What is it? Yeah, I've got
Asma Aziz.
Asma
Aziz.
Aziz. Okay, what are you working on?
A pass, a wallet.
Working on a wallet.
Yes, Lady wallet.
Okay, tell me, who are the people who want to do that? Okay, Asma, for how long have you been working on these things, and how is it like to touch very tiny things? And
It is like 3 years now, and right now I'm used. I'm used with this work.
so what creations can you come out from these beads? What can you do?
I can do like these bags. I have many of them. I'll show you. And do key holders. And these beads. All these, like these ones are on order. Even I have like these holders.
So where do you get the beads and how did you get the skill?
I buy them from the local market. Others I get them from Kampala, from different places.
So who taught you to do this?
There is a certain lady from Kampala. She's my sister. My boss paid school fees for me. And then I learned like it took me like a month. Yeah.
So who are the most likely customers, that people who like this the most? Are they
Both.
Are they
The
Ugandans?
foreigners, the Ugandans,
And here in Fort
and here in Fort Portal, yeah. All these make them. All these.
So for
Zebras.
how come we haven't seen many people toil, make those things, put them together? What did you tell the other young people living in Fort Portal?
Others are not interested in this, but for me, I like my work. That's why I'm interested in making these ones. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a
Your road. What is that? Amavere. There is Impora Rural Family, the one I talked to you about. Impora Rural Family. Kichwamba.
Okay, so that belongs to Kahama. They are the Kahama. That's something nice. Something you may mention is, which is very special, is the Wednesday Mugusu market. That after this day. Yeah, today is Wednesday. Yeah, it should be there. I should go there. Just sit somewhere for the right.
Can we tap on our neighbors outside so that we can save some time? Information desk, can you please inform people to come in so that we can be able to begin? Is that for me or you? Please encourage others to come in and we begin. Time is for the essence. After presentation. Yes. Oh, sure. I think my mic can work till the reception, so I'll pick some people. I'll pull people away. Sophie, you need a kanyama too. If you don't mind, can we get back in? If you don't mind, can we get back in?
I'm trying to get people back in.
Oh, sure. Part of us, please get back. But now the
Hello?
Let's get in, please. Working coffee. Can we get in? We can.
So thank you very much for coming back. I've just made the last boarding call, so the one who will not be here, we should find us along the way. As I earlier on mentioned, we shall have another keynote address, and we are very glad to host and hear from Dr. Johannes Papas. He's the director the Mediterranean region from the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, and he's the founder of the Green Evolution, AE. And I'm sure we have all heard about the GSTC and the great work they are doing across the country, the world, and we're very glad to hear from Johannes. Johannes is, as I mentioned, the director at the Mediterranean, the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. A very interesting background. He's a mechanical engineer. Now we are engineering tourism. And he also has a PhD in applied mechanics. And he mainly focuses on sustainability for tourism, energy and environmental efficiency in infrastructure and buildings. He's the lead at GSTC Assessor for Destinations. He's an auditor and assessor for sustainable tourism certification standards, and we're talking about responsible tourism. And he focuses on hotels, tour operators, and he has had a number of presentations across Europe and including at Google. So we are very glad to welcome you and give us your presentation and we'll share some insights. So thank you very much. A hand clap, please.
Okay. I don't have a clicker, so maybe can I have? All right, so good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Uganda Tourist Board for inviting us, and especially me, in this event. I think it's a very good opportunity to have a discussion, and we hope that we're going to share some global experience that we have on the topic. All right. Can we have a way to change the slides? Anyway, so let's start for the following, because I think it was very interesting what was said in the end of the former session about authenticity. All right. So talking about tourist product in countries like Uganda, authenticity is, I think, one of the most important things that someone has and can provide. However, it's not possible to go that direction if the product is really, let's say, different of what we are determining as authentic. So maybe I can have the next. Sorry about that. So I'm coming from Greece, all right? 9 hours traveling. This is the short way to come here, all right? However, if someone here, I don't know how many have been in Greece, but in Greece, the most, let's say, mostly visit site in Greece is an archaeological one in Parthenon. Okay, I have to do something about that because, yeah. So in Greece, this is the most authentic, someone can say, experience. However, as you can see here, it's not very authentic because so many people goes around. We have a different approach about tourism right now. KPIs that we are sharing with the world is more related with travelers coming in Greece, or what exactly is the income from tourism, all right? Is that really sustainable, let's say, approach? It's not only in Greece, it's many, many countries that have already a very, let's say, mature product as tourism is. So if we go to the next slide, I have found the next slide from a search that I have done about Uganda, and actually, if this is really also an authentic experience that we can talk about this country, all right? So if we start from the beginning, the authenticity of the product is something that's well connected right now with the term that we are all discussing, thank you very much, all discussing and say again and again and again, which is sustainability. So that's why today and on this session, I will try to connect with all the great experience that we have shared on the former, let's say, session. What exactly is sustainability? And I'm going to discuss more of what we are doing globally, and I'm trying to do also some, to give also some examples from what we are doing also in Africa. All right. We heard yesterday in the opening, I don't know how many of you have been there, about what is exactly sustainable tourism. Of course, we know that the definition from UN, etc. However, because life is like it is right now, we cannot avoid to do harm, to have negative impact because of tourism and many other things. All right, so don't forget, I don't know if you can see that, we have, if we're going to follow this route, and this is the only way in order to go against climate change, climate crisis now, and many other things that we're discussing, we have to minimize the negative. We cannot really make it zero. We have to be honest, all right? In order to come here and discuss with you, I traveled from Greece here, taking 2 planes, okay, taking my taxi, taking everything. So it's going to be around, let's say, 1 ton of CO2 only to be here. So if I'm going to make something good, I have to minimize my worst part. And again, to maximize the benefit. This is something that we have to be honest, and this is something that we have to realize and accept when we are discussing about sustainable tourism, that is going to be something not as a part, not as a different kind of, but it is, let's say, a platform. It is a journey. It is a way to make our product more, let's say, in a better quality, keeping what we have discussed before. So having this initial approach, someone has to say, okay, if there's going to be something as a name, as a character, as, let's say, a feature, then it's going to be a market over there. And that's why we are here, because in reality, in the last 20, let's say, more years, there were so many people and companies around the globe saying that I am the best to define what is sustainable enough, what is even responsible. So if you go right now in Google and say, okay, tell me a label, a way to justify that I'm sustainable enough, you are going to find more than 300 labels, awards, certification, titles, whatever, you name it. So this was the problem, actually, for many years, and still is, and that's why, all right, the Global Sustainable Tourism Council I'm representing here came in 2007 from, actually, from the market itself to say, okay, let's make an order inside here, this market, and let's define what exactly is sustainable or not. In order to do that, you have to have something to measure with, or let's say to compare it. And this measure is a standard. So everything that we're going to discuss, if it's going to be something as a product sustainable or not, if it is a reality or not, you have to be able to justify, compare, you name it, I'm going to name it differently most probably in the next slides, with a standard, with a number of criteria, number of items, we call it KPIs, we call it target, we call it criteria. You have to have something in place. And of course, the world, the market, the users, that's the big problem, the demand, the users should be able to identify that. Otherwise, it's a big hole in the water. All right? So our story starts from 2007, together UN Foundation, UNO, UNEP, and many other things. And right now, after all these years, we are independent. We are, let's say, part of the market, and we have different programs in order to justify what is our, let's say, mission, to clear the market, to make a specific definition of what is good or what is not good in this process. And actually, we are now on the process that we are the only, let's say, organization in the world that accredits actually the bodies that makes this certification a reality, the certification bodies. So this is a very, very big, difficult world, because for many years, I mean, in Greece for 50s, in other countries maybe even earlier, all right, someone was doing this kind of job, I mean, to make a more sustainable, responsible, or better for the environment touristic actually product. Now we have to do it in a better way, and this is what is our role. Actually, you can see many things here. I'm not going to stop more about that because I don't have the time, because it's a little bit late. You can find everything that I'm talking about inside our website. Okay. The important thing in this kind of approaches, and we can discuss even better in the session and the Q&A, is to have actually the market and the whole ecosystem together with you. If you're alone, there is no meaning. So that's why we have a very big membership program where you can find almost everyone inside there, talking everyone from the market itself. I mean, from booking.com to Google, even from a small SME in a country like Uganda or in Greece or in Poland. So this is very, very important, because these guys, or let's say the representatives of these guys, are, let's say, governing the whole organization. That's very interesting. I mean, it's not something isolated somewhere. It is part of the game. And why I'm here mostly, because in Africa, we don't have so many members. We need to reinforce this membership also in Africa and especially in Uganda and many other countries, and I'm going to discuss more about that. You can see that most of these, let's say, members are coming 40% from Europe, but we need to have representation in our, let's say, activities, in our governance model around the globe. Some of these members are these. You can find here the most important right now, let's say, names in the market. So this gives credibility to the market, what we are doing in reality, okay? And in reality, also you can see here that we are covering a lot of, let's say, needs from the market, training, creation of evaluation of standard, which is our initial mission, accreditation of certification bodies, creation of awareness activities like big events, conference, etc. Of course, membership, and of course, let's say other special projects like, let's say, supporting countries to make the, let's say, the sustainable strategic scheme about sustainability and transition to that. So, like I said, the most important thing in this journey is actually the standard, the criteria, how you can compare my, let's say, hotel performance with something which is the minimum requirements, and how I can, let's say, use this kind of criteria, let's call it right now, in order to do many things. So one of the most important things in GSTC is that we are talking about standards. From standards, we are talking about measurements. Without measuring something, you cannot actually make any strategy, any actions on that. And then you go into assurance. The third thing, the third item, is going to be the most important item that you are going to deal in the next years to come, because of the things that I'm going to discuss later. And nothing is going to matter, let's say, in the area of sales of this product if there is nothing about assurance in the next years to come. Even you are going to be the best in the region, unfortunately. And I'm going to explain about that. So this criteria, we heard about, let's say, the SDG section about targets and KPIs. We have thematic areas, so we're talking about management, we're talking about social economics, we're talking about culture, we're talking about environment. And then you have in each of these, let's say, pillar criteria, and each criteria you have some KPIs. In reality, the structure behind anything that GSTC is doing are the criteria. So we have criteria for hotels and tour operators. We have right now criteria for destinations. We finished actually the criteria about MICE, and we are under, let's say, finishing the process of creating the criteria about attractions. So almost whatever, let's say, the tourist sector needs about criteria and everything behind in order to justify the sustainability is over there. What also is very important about criteria is that they are not written, let's say, as the laws of Moses. It is something alive actually. Every 3 or 4 years there is an upgrading, or let's say a revising process open to everyone, because this is free. You can download everything. It's free of charge. You don't have to pay anything about that. And it is something that belongs to you, not to me, not to anyone in this organization. That's the truth, and that is the very important thing. So why we should put so much importance about actually standards on this process? I mean, to justify that this is a really sustainable, let's say, product or activity or whatever. So we need standards. So what standards about? First, we define a framework. Without a framework, we cannot do anything, actually. Secondly, it is the tool to go to the certification. This is the first time I think I said this word. Certification is a very, very important and very difficult to achieve word right now and in the future. Then education, training, awareness. We can discuss a lot about this. It is a reference about legislation also, and the needs about the punishment. We discuss about this kind of approach. We can use that for measurements, KPI, etc., about sustainability performance. And then the most important thing, which is about the market, it's the market access, which means the connection between the supply and the demand. All right? Certification. I have put some slides here because I think it's one of the most important items that you have to take from my presentation today. So, certification is something that is very specific defined. It is based on ISO approach. It is there. It is not just something not to follow. It is something that is coming specifically from legislation that comes in many countries, even about tourism, not only about, let's say, the elevator should be certified, about doing the right thing, etc. So in order to take the certification, of course, you need, first of all, a standard. Then you need a person or organization that can do the job, so it has to follow specific rules, okay? And this should be by specific way. GSTC is not doing certification, helps or let's say supports or makes, let's say the, we call it accreditation, certification of the bodies that make the certification. We're going to explain more later. Why this is not, this is very important, because if you are going to have a claim that you are doing a very good, let's say, waste management in your hotel, or you are doing a very good project about inclusivity in a local, let's say, community and support on local entrepreneurs, you have some claims. So someone has to verify your claims in order to prove that you are sustainable based on a specific, let's say, standard. Of course, you can use that in order to make improvement, because everything about certification and any other things about how you can improve yourself as an entity, as a tour operator, as a hotel, as a MICE, let's say, entity, whatever. And of course, gives you market access to make the proposal to the market, to the demand. So, I said that in order to do this certification, you need a standard and you need someone to do that. This someone is not just our friend or, let's say, a colleague or someone without any, let's say, rules to be defined. So in order to justify who is going to be that person, that organization, this process is called accreditation. And it has also the rules based on ISO standards and many things. So I'm not going to say more about that, but in reality, I'm going to connect the two things, the standard and who is making the check. So the standard should be with some minimums. You cannot just have a standard that has, let's say, some, let's say, only for environment, but not for a community. Only for environmental, let's say, action, ISO 14000, and not for social economics. This is not sustainability. This is partial sustainability. So the first part, to check if it is enough the standard, we call it recognition. The person or the organization is making, let's say, the certification, we call it accreditation. These are the two things that the assurance program in GSTC is doing. These are organizations around the globe that are doing this job based on the standard recognition. So these are the standard owners. So they are providing good standards to do the sustainability, let's say, like we said. And these are some of the accredited certification bodies in hotel and tour operators and for destinations. This is the ecosystem of GSTC. And this is expanding. More recognized standards, more accredited certification bodies. In reality, what I have actually described was this route from zero, let's say, credibility to maximum. And this is very important to understand that, of course, there is a cost behind, because this is finally the discussion. Is, let's say, a small SME, a very small family-based tour operator in Uganda withstand this cost of the process? Most probably no. But it depends what exactly the demand wants. If the demand that's coming from European, let's say, Union area, like the Europe we said before, is requesting tour operators that are already certified as sustainable, someone has to do the longest, let's say, way. Otherwise, it's going to be a local product, not certified, maybe verified. That's another not so, let's say, hard work to do in order to have some kind of actually acknowledgement. So in reality, I'm passing all the slides. However, I think it's very important to see that for all these things, also you can download from GSTC the manuals, how to do it, free of charge. You're not paying something on that. And almost everything is based on the ISO, so it's not something new. The very important thing someone to decide and understand is that sustainability, in order to be something real, all right, you have to start with the design. Or you have to go back to the design, and then you can go to operation. There are many things that we can discuss here if we have the time later. And many times the sustainability has to do also with the size. All right? Different thing, different approach for destinations. Destinations is a different thing. Different approach about the hotel, about tour operator, different even, let's say, standards. Some examples, and I'm closing right now my presentation. These are examples around the globe about the whole country system. So you can see here many things. Malta, Turkey, I mean here in the vicinity. All right, Norway. Singapore is a very interesting approach. It comes from top-down approach from the government for all, let's say, the hoteliers to be certified as sustainable by 2025, 60% of their beds, of their capacity. This is, I think, the most important, at least for our ecosystem, globally system. It is the Turkish system. It is, let's say, it is an obligation from the law to have, let's say, a license to work with your hotel, to have a certification about your facility as sustainable based on specific approach. And actually in 2 years, they succeed to have 18,000 hotels checked with 15 criteria, and 900 hotels fully certified by GSTC, let's say, criteria, which is also very important. The market access go now, for example, in vertical, let's say, structure tour operators like TUI Group. They have the obligation the obligation, all the hotels to be certified or aligned with GSTC criteria. And also, and the whole, let's say, market of OTAs like Booking, Expedia, etc., are putting sustainability in the front. So now, because it was also a problem, now let's say, the demand knows where to find. Some years ago, there wasn't, let's say, such an, let's say, a feature. Now they have. About tour operators, there are different programs around the globe. For example, in cruise industry, there is an obligation from some cruise lines to the tour operators on the shore to be certified with a third-party actually approach. There are many, like I said, right now systems in the world that, let's say, gives the opportunity for you as a traveler or as an owner to put the sustainability feature on the on the platform. Here are some material that someone can find about in our actually website to download about how you can be certified, how you can prepare your hotel, your tour operator to be certified. There is a specific process about destinations that we don't have now time to discuss about. However, there are specific steps on the destination level, which could be a city, could be, let's say, a region even, to go further about certifying your actually destination as sustainable using the GSTC criteria. Some of them are already inside this map. And I'm closing going off, well, I'm trying to close, but it's not possible. Here. No. This was me. Can we go back? So, no, sorry. I'm going back a little bit fast. Nice, huh? Now you know what I'm going to say. So here. So the history is changing now. Come on, it's not fair. So, so what is going to happen? I'm going to stop here because the system is not working. European Commission is going to have a new legislation in place. So we're talking about clients, visitors in Uganda, for example, that comes from European Union, okay? From September until the countries that are coming from, for example, Netherlands, that are going to come here, you as a hotel or as a tour operator or as a destination has to follow the specific determination what is certification of sustainability, at least for environment. However, this is very critical because if you are not going to be able to justify that, you are going to be out of the system, you are going to be out of OTAs like booking, you are going to be out of this universe. And this is the ruling universe of the actually supply and connection to demand. So all what I have, let's say, said before and tried to explain is that right now, in order to be able to say that, okay, there is sustainability over there, we can prove that, because if you cannot prove that, standard, certification, etc., then there is nothing really in the market, okay? You have to follow the rules. And this is not only European Union, it's also a global, let's say, approach. Also, Singapore is going that direction, Japan is going that direction, and everything is going to that direction. So if someone would like to take something out of that, and the reason that I am here today is that the Uganda Tourist Board became actually, in the last, let's say, 3 months, member of GSTC. So you can see that the framework we're discussing is going to be most probably part of your thinking and acting in this country. Please think about sustainability. However, you have to think in the right ways, which is something that we can share during actually the session that is following, in order also to give time for this discussion. So thank you very much. Sorry about the presentation. I hope that you're going to have time. First of all, maybe it is going to be shared. Okay, so you can find the rest of the slides in your file or download it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Johannes, for that presentation. Obviously, I would have loved to have more time, but as he has mentioned, I've got assurance from UTB that the slide and photos that are being taken will be shared through a link in the emails you have provided on the registration. That's why the registration is key. And I hope UTB, as it has always done, it will keep to that promise and share them. So we are running a bit short of time. So I want to make a modified program. Let's have the panel back here. Then we shall just have one set of questions for each of them in relation to the presentation. Then we open up the Q&A, because I've got a number of people mentioning that the Q&A is quite actually more engaging. So if you don't mind, please, you can step forward. I will not introduce you again to save time, but we can. Okay. Apologies from the Kampala City Council Authority Deputy Director. He had a flight to catch. Actually, the director was the one supposed to appear, but she wasn't able. So I think we have a gap of government, but anybody willing to step in, you're welcome. You can just step forward. We kick it off. So anyway. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Global certification is becoming quite a key issue. And as you have said, do we begin from top to bottom? Do we begin from the bottom to top? I think that's something we have to discuss as a country. I think we are very glad and happy that Uganda has become a member of the GSTC, and we shall benefit from all the different criteria that has been made and the rest. Before the question, thank you. I just wanted to have one round on your views on. I'm trying to avoid on your views of certification, but I'm very much interested to understand from your own practice, what has come through your practice? What lessons do we learn? What can be done for us? As he has mentioned, there are over 300 guys that are certifying. But even from our own perspective, what do you think needs to be done, and what do we learn from the experience you have gone through? What can you be able to share about how we become responsible? We talk about responsible tourism and how we are able to practice it, the practicability, because the title is actually, is sustainable, is responsible tourism doable? Or is it just a cliche? It's just used for marketing and the rest. I don't know if I've been clear on that. You can go past Janet, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to relate it to the European market, also keeping in mind the end of Dr. Papa's speech. Sustainability, looking at the market perspective, is not about if, it's about how. Why is it not about if? Looking at European Union, there are all these directives coming up. Mentioning just a few examples, there's the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. There is the German LKG, it's a Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. There is the Green Deal. There is the EU Deforestation Regulation. These are all names, but what does it mean for you in Uganda? It means that the EU puts regulations into place for their companies, so the European companies, which are your buyers. They bring in your tourists to Uganda. So the system is that the buyers in Europe, they have to abide by these regulations, which are very much linked with the supply chain. That will be passed on to the destination management companies, hotels, excursion providers in Uganda. How does that work for the European companies? So they will use, so they will put the responsibility for the supply chain with their actors in Uganda. For example, via insurance schemes, codes of conduct, they will come to you and they will ask, what is your code of conduct? Or they will have their own codes of conduct and tell you, please abide with this code of conduct. There will be certification, they will request the certification, show me that you can abide by these regulations. And then, most of all, the biggest check in this is the customer. The customer will be the one reporting also back to the buyer in Europe or the US or other markets to give back the feedback, is the product sustainable or not? This trend has increased significantly in the past years. It's like a high-speed train, and Dr. Pappas already mentioned it. It's a high-speed train, you better be on it, or you're missing out on the international markets.
Okay, thank you very much. So you're saying tourism is an international game, so we must be able to abide with the international rules of the game. So, Pauline, your view on the certification and what can be done and the experience?
Thank you, Jim. I think from our perspective, as a European company, we are familiar with all kinds of EU directives, but the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive is something that we're currently looking at how we can comply with. I think our role in this as private sector would probably be, if the decision is made to go for this this type of regime, then it's certainly something we can support in different ways. Perhaps maybe we can support in capacity development training through our industrial enhancement centre that we have here. Or, you know, I think from our perspective, we can support the sector to meet this standard through capacity building opportunities. But I think I'm not really at liberty to comment because we're not part of the tourism sector in terms of providing services. So I think that's what I would say is our opportunity here would be to help the government to put this in place, but also perhaps maybe to do some sort of gap analysis and look at how we can upskill the sector, how we can support to upskill the sector to meet these standards. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Thank you. Anne, you can come in. Your views.
Sure. So just to match maybe what Janet was saying with my practitioner's view on this, one point that I see in certification, international certification as a value that is provided to us is really guidance. It's very, very complex to navigate the space. The way Jeanette said, it's a fast train. It can feel very overwhelming, especially for small entrepreneurs who are trying to get started with their company, who are just trying to make space for themselves in the sector to navigate a very difficult landscape. So I feel international standards can provide that guidance. You look basically at what's happening in other countries, how are others addressing challenges, what is expected from me. Then very, very important, obviously, from a business perspective, we are absolutely dependent on the demand side. So whatever our travelers, our clients want, or in our case, we are only doing B2B sales, what our partners dictate. And just very practically, we have one partner that is under the TUI group. So already years ago, they started sharing with us, this is our policy, please send back the report on how you are complying with the standards that we have to comply with. And to be honest, it was, as much as it would have felt overwhelming, it was also very practical in that sense for us to come together as a team and realize we are actually doing quite a lot of those things. And also we have a lot of space for growth in other areas and also things that are complete blind spots for us. So in that sense, it was great to really lift us up to another level of being able to compete in the international market. And lastly, just to add on to that, I do feel that, well, with the example of Uganda Tourism Board joining that was just mentioned, it also helps with the challenge we addressed earlier with the coordination, which is sector-wide. Also, government can be in the lead then and guide us. Also taking into account the tour operators, the accommodation, the service providers, so just basically have the agency and the mandate to really achieve something on a larger scale.
Okay, thank you. So Daniel, then we go to the Q&A. I'm trying to save some time there.
I think for me, it's just to agree with my panelists. Sustainability is a train that have left the station. More like technology. Whoever is not on the net, is not leveraging on technology, is losing out. I think we have no choice. We have to look at it as an investment at a cost. It's not cheap. It comes a lot of commitment. I think organizations must be able to commit resources to support it, because all these bodies also, there are costs involved in it. But it addresses one of the biggest concerns we have, especially in Africa and this part of the world, which is market access. We are looking at very small visitors numbers that are hardly growing. If you compare with the best performers in the world, who have much less, I think we can, triple, quadruple in a few years the numbers of visitors if we play and we make the destination safe. Because I think Africa is the last frontier in terms of the resources we need to protect. So we have no choice, and I would say that perhaps we need the government as well to come in and see, just like the UTB has done, to join, to subscribe to the this organization. I think government can support entities towards that. I was impressed to hear about the case of Singapore, Turkey. Maybe it would be more useful to hear more about how they have done it, because you don't want to burden the industry. But I think it can also be done if people get tax rebates out of these initiatives. But I think it's a way to go, and sustainability is a train that has left the station, and somebody better run fast and catch it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Johannes, can I just ask you one question? You mentioned that Africa, of all the members, Africa only has 4%. Yes, in your view, what's the reason behind that, and what needs to be done?
One event that we had actually in 2018 was in Botswana, our event, a conference, a global conference that we're doing. In this meeting, there was very big interest from people from Africa to have a very, let's say, a better, representation inside GSTC, and contribute more. Actually, COVID situation stopped everything. And now we are coming back here to start, let's say, discussing with the people, representatives around the globe, and especially for Africa. Look, I think it's a matter of numbers right now, because in reality, the more active ones, like you have seen, is in Europe. This is mostly related with the suppliers, but also the demand. However, I think in the next years, this area is going to be the target, and we have to have, let's say, more interest, to have more representation also from you inside our governance model, because we need representatives, we need people from these countries to be there. I'm sorry, and taking decisions together with us, because we have to have the features and the special needs from this area also. So it is open invitation for anyone, I mean, from the public and private sector to be part of us.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to give guidance on the Q&A. In the interest of time, please make your submission right to the point. If it is likely to have a contribution, let it be the same, so that we give more room for other members to come in. Could I have another mobile mic, the IT team? I'll suggest we take a set of 4 questions. Then they answer, then take another set of 4 questions. And I think by that, it will be lunchtime. The other one, over the lunchtime, we can continue the discussions. So you could briefly just introduce yourself, and please, 1 minute question or comment. Yes, please, him. Yes, the mic is behind you. Okay.
Thank you so much, the organizers of this convention. My pertinent question goes to Total Energies. The strategic reorganization of your contribution on the tourism sector in partnership with Uganda Tourism Board is applauded. The challenge I'm putting forward to you, the center of this kind of training that you are supporting is not including a region like northern Uganda. Why? You should be able to professionally respond to that. 3, why is Total Energies not focusing at establishing an oil and gas college, opposed to only one in Chigumba, when the intelligent group in northern Uganda can explicitly be the best candidates to run the sector? Last, local content benefit is not prudent enough for me as a very senior person in the country. I don't see, we don't see, we don't feel, and we only hear when we come to conferences in Kampala. I would need to get clarification to you, and most of my comments are not going to be there. My challenge is to you, Total, to explain this.
Thank you.
I studied law, I worked in parliament. My background could have been expedient to raise this human resource to be transformed in the sectors needed. Honorable Nyero Francis Elton Lakele from Gulu. I submit.
Thank you very much, Nyero. You seem to have taken all the slots, 3 questions in a row, so I'm lost on whom to. So, yes, second question, then I could have the third, I could have the fourth. Is that fine? Then, yes, please.
Good afternoon. First, let me identify myself. I'm Arafat Hussain. I have just moved to Kampala as the country director for Swiss Foundation for Technical Cooperation, international NGO based out of Zurich. So Swiss Contact is basically implementing tourism sector development programs across 25 countries, more than 25 projects. And one of the basic tenets that we follow for implementing tourism sector development program is basically ecosystem approach. And I would like to thank and congratulate the organizer for organizing such a wonderful seminar with all the relevant stakeholders. Only thing I am a bit missing is basically, we believe that support functions are extremely critical for success of any industry. It could be access to finance, it could be business development services, and so on and so forth. So I haven't seen much of the support functions that are required for growth and development of tourism sector in Bangladesh. So I just wanted to get a sense from the panelists, not from anyone specific. What is your take about the availability of support functions that would enable the tourism sector actors to basically flourish and achieve this sustainable tourism vision that you all have? It could be access to finance. It could be very basic marketing services for a small tour operator out of a very local community and so on and so forth. So just wanted to get a sense of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He's just next to you. Then we have him, then quick answering, then have another set. Shall I have another set?
Good
Thank you.
afternoon. My name is Bentik Nigwamjisha. I'm a tour guide. I so much connect with Anne and the Serena hotels. Now, my question is simple. You're talking about something that is very interesting to the ears. And many people, when you talk about the GCTAC, is something that all of us maybe want to be part of. But then the thing is, when I think about it deeply, I try to resonate and see how is it going to be easy for people to access these things. Now, the question is, how do we approach you? Where do we find you? And how do we be part of it? Because as an industry that is so much youth related, probably in 85% is just literally youth. And we are stuck in a situation where you find with all these things that you put up, some of us are left behind. So how are the youth going to be helped, and how can we get to you guys? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you please just...
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Antonio Chiang. I'm a tourism consultant. My question goes to GSTC. I have two questions for you. One, how can tourism operators be incentivized to adopt more sustainable tourism practices? And the second question is on policy and regulation. How can how can regulatory frameworks be strengthened to support sustainable tourism practices? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's just have a quick response to that. And I think, Pauline, yours came in first, so please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your questions, sir. So the first question was regarding strategic reorganization of our support to the tourism sector. So I'd just like to highlight that we're really at the start of this journey on supporting the tourism sector. So obviously our priority is focused on where we're having the most impact, which is obviously Murchison Falls National Park and the communities that are living there. But that's not the only part of the story. We've just really started this partnership with Uganda Tourism Board. We're very open to supporting other areas of Uganda in terms of the tourism sector. So it's not only Albertine focused, but really that's a strategic vision that will have to be part of the discussion with the Uganda Tourism Board. But to answer your first question, we're not just fully focused on our area of impact, although it is the priority right now because construction is ongoing. In terms of the second question regarding the Oil and Gas College, we decided that the Oil and Gas College would be located near, again, the area of focus. However, the students who are attending that college, they were selected based on a massive open online course, which was open to every single Ugandan of a certain age group. Obviously, we focused on young Ugandans. However, that open online learning course was done quite some time ago. We had many applicants and we selected those. So I hope that answers the question on the Oil and Gas College. There are other means of supporting local and national content. We have just launched an industrial enhancement centre here in Kampala. So that is focused on supporting small, medium enterprises to provide advice, support, training, capacity building, and that is open to anyone who wishes to get more information on how they can benefit from the oil and gas sector. So my message to you, sir, would be that those resources are open to you. Please feel free to look at our website where you can find details of those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There were other general questions that were cutting across, so anybody can feel free to come in. There was one on support mechanism. What are the support mechanisms that can be put in place? Another one on the regulatory frameworks. How can the regulatory frameworks drive sustainability? Then also the incentives. Johannes, you wanted to? Okay.
Yes.
The youth. You addressed on the youth issues.
I'm addressing to the two persons that asked me directly about what we can do as CSTC. First of all, you can find anything that we are discussing, disseminating, awards and everything, whatever is there in the market about sustainable tourism. You can download, you can see the news, you can see also the material that are free of charge. You can start from the criteria themselves, okay? They are in English, we can see the translation in your own language. In general, you can find everything in our website. This is number one. Number two, we have very extensive training program, even online. However, in many cases, this is connected with the second question. This is why actually the tourist boards are becoming members of us in order to exchange information and knowledge, but also create, let's say, training, educational programs in the countries in order to help you to make the next step. However, there are already projects running in the country, CBI, etc., about training and upgrading of skills, so we can see any kind of collaboration. Number three, we are not making any kind of, let's say, incentives or any kind of co-financing items. We are not financing something. However, we are creating opportunities with companies. For example, I remember that with Swiss Contact, we have done some tenders in some countries. Generally speaking, we are supporting the countries and the tourist boards and also the, let's say, associations in order to take knowledge or even to contribute to a country level system like in Turkey or in Singapore or in Japan, in Norway, in Malta, and many other countries. So it's a matter of how the country itself would like to go further and with which steps. We have the experience, and we are here, let's say, to communicate the message and give all the available experience in order to support you on that.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know whether Daniel or Jeanette or Anne, you want to, any comment on?
I can
Okay.
comment on the question for the service provider service levels. I think there's the projects active in the country, they do realize that that's very necessary. It's no longer sufficient to give direct trainings when you do a project, but you have to do training of trainers. For example, the FTT Tourism Certification Project by Annabelle, that one is including, of course, auditing and coaching, training of trainers for auditors and coaching within Uganda.
Okay, thank you. Anne?
Yes, I can also add to that. So this has been something that we struggled with, definitely. I have been in tourism here for 13 years now. So I have seen a lot of positive improvement when it comes to that, but there's still a long way to go. But indeed, like you said, access to finance has been a very big issue for us in the past and still remains until this day. And also finding consultants to outsource certain tasks has been also very difficult. The expertise seems to be there, but in other sectors. And like it was said earlier, I think it's mainly the development partners that have been putting a very big focus on this in the last 5 years at least. So we do see a lot of movement there, but also still to say, to encourage anyone who is active in the space as a consultant, maybe in another sector, it makes sense to focus on tourism because there's a lot of movement there, and I'm very sure there's a lot of demand from companies like us as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we take another set of 4 questions. Yes? Can you have the mic? Where did the mic go? Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3. I have a bonus of one question. Yes. No, sorry, let him help you.
Yes, it's working. So just want to introduce myself very briefly. I'm Raymond Honings. I'm entrepreneur from the Netherlands in the mice sector for more than 15 years. I have several companies incoming and outbound to the rest of the world. First of all, I would like to thank Uganda Tourism Board for us to bring us a buyer here and to speak to this great audience that I've been following this morning. I think the topic is excellent. I think you guys are on a certain path that it's never gonna end story, more or less. We have had the pleasure to visit Merchant Falls, and what we have seen and discovered there is absolutely stunning. And I would like to also recognize that, and I would like to say to the people also here in the audience that you have really a pearl in your hand, and you have to be very careful with this. Having that said, last night was an excellent evening as well with many stakeholders in place. And what I found out is what I hear is that Emirates is also coming to Uganda. And I think airlift, as you mentioned, very important as well. At the same time, I also hear, and then I'm going to close my question. I hear also about a lot of topics about funding, right? But the funding, has been found already because it's under the ground, and Total is making a big part of that. And I think your guys are almost there, so don't invent the wheel, but make sure that what you do it properly, because you only can do it once. So make sure you educate all the local people with all the statements that Professor Dr. Papas mentioned also, to educate. So make a hospitality academy, train the young people, but use the funding from the Uganda government, because it's still a third world war country, and you guys need to be funded. And you have the funding there under the soil, so make sure you use it the right way. This is my thing, my question actually. Say, well, it's not really a question. I think you guys are, on the way. It's too bad that the person from the Uganda authority has left, because that was a good question for him. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the honest feedback. I think that's quite key from the hosted buyers that we're having. Can we have another question? Then the last one. Then we shall have our closing session. Yes, please go ahead, Enoch.
Good afternoon, panelists. Thank you very much for your good presentations. Dr. Jim, your team here is doing good work. I'm called Enoch Rutaza. I'm one of the cluster heads for Miss Tourism Uganda. And here we are delighted to have some queens from Miss Tourism. You can stand up, and the team from Miss Tourism. This question I'm going to ask will go to Toto. We would like to work with you to promote especially the things you're doing for corporate social responsibility using the tourism ambassadors here. So we would like to work with Dr. Jim to have some proposals that are going to work on climate change, especially that we have been told that we should green tourism. So all those queens are saying greening tourism. So we would like to work with you, Toto, especially like the things you have been presenting. These are the things we need to put to create educational awareness. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With the marketeers, they don't ask questions, they market. So I think it was a good opportunity that they came in. We had the last question.
Thank you very much, our presenters, and thank you, Pearl of Africa, for this very informative environment where we get to share experiences and learn from each other. I have followed quite a bit what we have been discussing. I am Pros Katumba, a lecturer from Makerere University, but also a tour operator, Alpha Rent a Car. These are my submissions, especially to do with Johannes and certifications. We have certifications in the Tourism Board, UTB, we get certified. We also get now sustainable tourism certifications. And like many have alluded, some of our entrepreneurs are young, they have small funding, and these certifications are expensive, so how we get them on board? We are also interested in certifications on safety standards, certifications on specialized areas, like adventure tourism, culture tourism, wildlife tourism, and then the training and education. Because I come from a research background, we are interested in upskilling, knowing how to create awareness and have everybody on board taking that first train. So thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you very much. So I'll give a chance to anybody who wants to make a quick response. I think something Johannes was directed to you on the
last
cost
one.
and
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah.
So first of all, what I would I would like to have in mind leaving this room is that we are redefine, because for us it's the same thing, however for many people it's not. We redefine certification term. So when you are saying certification, we have to evaluate, because in some years from now, some other countries are going to apply that immediately, September. You have to define what exactly is certification, who is making the audit, following which standard and which process. This is crucial. We have to redefine that in our life. Think about this water. It is really certified to be drinkable, this water, because here everything is written and is, let's say, accredited, the person or the organization is doing the certification. This is water. Think about the tour operator, think about the hotel, think about all the supply chain. So first of all, you have to dig and see, or not you, but the government, let's say that the tourist board and all the people that are governing the product, what is really certified, what is really sustainable, and what is partially. So this is number one. And the number two, like I said, I cannot say where we are going to find the money, okay? Because this is not our, let's say, role. However, I think, like you said, it's here. Most of the time, is around us, and like in the case of Uganda, you have to take, or there should be, let's say, an action in order to have the money to develop more the sustainable and responsible character of your product, using the money from your, let's say, from your source, from your ground, from your, let's say, country. This is my personal view, okay? So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Any person, Daniel?
I just want to speak to the question of funding that has come up. And just to mention from a personal experience, at Serena Hotels, our development partners, and I really must pay tribute to Propaco. They have come through in some of these initiatives because they want to fund projects that are sustainable. So if you are looking at certification, there is a way that can be done, but for the small individual businesses, family businesses, I would think we would go through the UTB or Ministry of Tourism, who can approach these development partners on behalf of the members, and we get funding for this certification, because it is good for the market, it's good for the country, good for the destination. So I think we just have to have the will, and let's not look at the cost of certification as a stumbling block. Let's go out there and be determined to be certified. And once the determination is there, I'm sure the funding will come through one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think another round of applause to our audience. We want to bring this to a close. And as a means of bringing it to a close, allow me to invite Ndugu Bradford Ocheng. He's the Deputy CEO of Uganda Tourism Board. to give us his remarks in a way of closing. But as he comes, you're aware there is another session in the afternoon. There is a session, I think, in the same room. It's on tourism sustainability in business events. That is on MICE. So that's why you have to be on time, because there's another session coming in at 2:30. So it means you're welcome at 2:30 to come talk more about MICE, and there are other sessions tomorrow morning and tomorrow in the afternoon. You are welcome, Mr. Bradford Ocheng. You're tall enough, you can. Yeah.
No, I need to be seen. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Bradford Ocheng, the Deputy CEO of Uganda Tourism Board. I think from UTB perspective, we have actually delivered session 1 on sustainability. And I want you to clap for our moderator. Dr. James, thank you so much. I also want you to appreciate our keynote presenter, Dr. Can I pronounce it well, Yanas?
Yes.
Yes, almost there. Thank you so much. And of course, to our great panelists, kindly, can you appreciate them as well? And why not clap for UTB as well? UTB, as they said, I think you're one of the few that already been part of the GSTC, yeah? So I think we are pioneering. We want to make it clear that this is possible. Yes, this is possible. And also I think it's also very good that I think the entire high table has been balanced. I think we're very gender sensitive, inclusion. 3 guys, 3 distinguished ladies. Thank you so much, all the way from Janet, Pauline, and Anna. Anna, I know you've been part of us through and through, and thin, to continue to be part of that. Total, thank you so much. I think we appreciate your support, the technical support, financial support, this for Destination Uganda. We are proud that through your ways, we want to be sustainable, and also I think very, very clear in what we do. Of course, Janet, without saying, CBI is the Center for the Development of Imports from, sorry, CBI. It's very short but very long. Yes, Center for, yes, let me try again. Yeah, I know from developing countries, yeah, really, we really appreciate your support. You've been with us through thick and thin. We want to appreciate that. Yes, I'm not going to make another presentation. I'm very mindful of the time. Our hosted by us here, we appreciate the audience, very, very attentive. Of course, our ambassador in the audience, thank you so much, I think, for being part of us. We appreciate your presence. And who is the ambassador I'm talking about? Please, could you just? Yes, she represents us at the ESC in Arusha. Thank you so much for being part of us. Now, it's quite challenging. I think for me, really, I'm a bit frightened because every day there are many new things that are coming into play. When you talk of some of these new things, we have not even embedded in them AI now, I think, artificial intelligence in sustainability. Somebody is going to ask Destination Uganda, is it sustainable? They may not ask you, they may not even go anywhere. Then AI will say, please, Uganda is not sustainable, don't go there. You understand? So we need to really be very, very careful that whatever we do, we embed a lot of these new things into it. You've heard of the sustainable aviation fuel by some dates. This is a whole facet of sustainability. Luckily for the continent, I think the potential is quite high. We just need to do our part and make sure that we are there, we are into this development, we are into the play, and we also influence the agenda. To me, that's the most important. Again, as I promised, I don't want to make another presentation. You've gotten it all from the competent authorities. Thank you so much. I think I always tell people that we can never stop learning. Never stop learning. Please, let's be prepared. Even the presentation style, they all come with all sorts of demeanor. So I want to appreciate really that you've been patient with us and all that. Now, all this said, I think it's now my singular honor and responsibility to also give a token of appreciation to our panelists. And in Uganda, just bear with us. We are very mindful about what we give out. It's a token. We're not supposed to give an appreciation more than $100,000. So whatever you're taking out, be sure that it's actually less than $100,000. I'm very, very mindful. I don't want us to really to break the laws. Otherwise, you need to declare that, to our Inspector General of Government. So my colleagues at UTB, I also want to thank you for being alert and also making sure that this is possible. And for all of you again, we have another session in the afternoon. Please, if you want to continue learning, please be there, be present. Tomorrow also we have similar engagement. Let's always be prepared to learn more and more. So colleagues, can we have a token of appreciation to our colleagues here? And then maybe, I don't want to break names. Can you pronounce the name and see who to give to? And I don't know how do we do it? Yes, CBI, they are starting with you. Janet, please. This is just to say thank you. Yeah, it's not quite, but it's a token really. We appreciate your knowledge. Yes, that's GM Serena. Yeah, you talk of 3 million trees, 6 million trees. You talk of Propaco. You talk of UTB. And we say we can do much and make sure that, we actually develop the SMEs and all that. So we are ready. After a year, Monday, we are actually in the office knocking, yeah? Thank you so much. God bless you, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, yeah. Thank you, yeah. Yes, this is Pauline. Total, our natural partner. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. Yes, our keynote speaker. This year should be heavier than everyone else, but we just want to be fair. Thank you so much. Thank you, yeah. Let's continue to get more members to the GSTC. We look forward next year when you are here, should get more than UTB being a member to the council. Yes, Anna, this is for you. Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, really, thank you, I appreciate. And then I think, then to ours truly, Dr. Jim. Jim, I think, thank you really for, Jim is a teacher, he's a lecturer, so he made it quite easy for us really to understand. You really understand it so well. We appreciate being with us all the time. We appreciate, thank you so much. Yes, I think maybe now we can have just a group picture. Just 1 minute. Camera, UTB. Yes.
Kakla, 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 klaka klaka ndaje uma
able to position ourselves as a MICE destination, Uganda as a MICE destination. So it's our pride, and we are so happy for everyone who has come from different countries, different places, to be part of this and for us to showcase to you our newborn baby. The Speak Resort Convention Center, and here we are, and also for your participation in the World Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo program. We have the exhibition going on, the seminar is happening. We have, by the way, the exhibition is just not in the hall alone. Please don't forget we have a cultural village, you know, right opposite. If you get out of the convention center, there's a build up, you know, across the convention center on the grass. That's part of the exhibition of Poate as well. It's a cultural village, and we are showcasing the diversity of the Ugandan culture, and it is part of the experience, especially for non-Ugandans, that we wanted to give you. Because we are well known for our wildlife, diverse wildlife, and the unique wildlife species that we have. But we also have a huge asset in our diverse culture. Uganda is known to be one of the most diverse, country in terms of culture world over. So we have our culture as one of our main assets as well for tourism, among so many other things. I will not go into those because we are here to talk business tourism, MICE. Yeah, do I have the right crowd? Is that what we are discussing here? I might be in the same room because I had forgotten that I was moderating this session until I bumped into David. Yeah, so thank you, David, for that, for reminding me that I needed to be here before 2:30. It's an exciting day. We had a very exciting session this morning talking about sustainability. And the theme of Poate 2024 is responsible tourism. And we are trying as much as possible to make sure that we get the understanding of responsible and sustainable tourism across the value chain in travel and tourism. So glad to have you here. Once again, you're welcome. We are getting started, but I want to recognize the presence of some of our very important people. We have Ambassador Anne, who is our ambassador from Arusha, all the way from Tanzania. She specifically, came back just to be part of Poate, and she's our key personality when we are talking about East African community. So she represents us at the head office of East African community in Arusha. Very passionate about tourism as well, and glad to have you, Ambassador. We also have our permanent secretary, Mrs. Doreen Katusibe, who is around, but she's just outside, trying to finish up another meeting, but she's going to be with us, and she will be making the final presentation to conclude this session. So she's with us. And ladies and gentlemen, in your different capacities, I welcome you and thank you for being here. So to get started, I would want to introduce our keynote speaker for this afternoon, who is none other than Glinton de Kock, who is all the way from South Africa. Can we give a clap to South Africa? We were very excited as the organizers of this event at UTB when we sent out invitation to different experts to be part of this seminar, and Glenton was one of those who were like, yeah, sure, I will come. So without any hesitation, and we feel very, very humbled that you took the time to come over and be with us this afternoon. Just a few things about David. Some of us might know him, but I believe majority of us in this room do not know him. But Glenton's active involvement in the tourism, hospitality, and business events industry has been both in South Africa and across Africa. And this is driven by making a lasting impact. He does nothing that is not going to create an impact. That's the man. Yeah, and with strategic management skills honed through experiences in the public and private sector, Glenton has shown dedication to bridging the gap between the public and private sector in his various roles. His diverse business management background spans multiple sectors in tourism, hospitality, meetings, and events. Glenton has held positions such as CEO of Nelson Mandela Bay, Managing Director of Buffalo City, CEO of the Eastern Cape Tourism Board, Project Manager at the Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber, Associate Director at KPMG, and currently he is serving as the board member of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. He is also currently the CEO of the South African Association for the Conference Industry. Glenton actively engages as an industry advisor to organizations and occasionally mentors businesses within tourism. His role during the pandemic is well documented, and his experience played a pivotal role in working with all stakeholders as the meetings and events industry. He was able to navigate the return to work while demonstrating the significant socio-economic impact the sectors have as a society. Glenton's commitment is demonstrated in various projects delivered while promoting a positive community and economic growth which is truly inspiring. Glenton de Kock is our keynote speaker this afternoon. It's my my pleasure right now to invite you on stage to give your keynote address to this audience. Thank you very much.
Thanks, CEO. I was tempted to sort of say no initially because when you speak before lunch, you have the tendency to like try and drag it. When you speak after lunch, you must try and lift the energy up, which is not what I'm not going to ask you to stand up. I'm not going to ask you to dance. All I'm going to ask you to do is just allow me 20 so minutes of your time, because the fact that you've invested the time to come and sort of be with us is so important, because when we talk tourism in general, and particularly in the country of my birth, and I used to use the word mice quite a lot, but then I discovered when I was telling people what I was actually doing for a living, they thought I was chasing the mice around people's homes somewhere there. So then I converted it to rather speak about meetings and events. And I had the privilege last week to speak at 2 sessions at IMAX in Frankfurt. And there's still a global debate as to whether or not the word mice has relevance still in the industry, or we need to try and sort of segment it to that regard. But allow me to, and it's working, allow me to really maybe take a step back. And it's something that we discovered during the pandemic. When we started speaking to government about our industry, it was slightly difficult for them to understand. Because remember, for most of us around the world, what had happened was the moment you had 5, 10, 15, 55 people in the room, there was issues around restrictions as well. So allow me to take a step back to, and some of the beautiful videos would indicate you're quite afraid with trees, and I live in Johannesburg, which is the largest man-made forest in the world. But think of the business and events, or meetings and events industry, as a forest. So when you're looking at the picture on the screen at the moment, think of every tree as a sector of an economy, right? If you are at war at the moment, one of those trees is going to be either Israel, or it's going to be Hamas, or it's Russia or Ukraine, and they're going to have to have a meeting at some stage, right? But also picture that there is no trees there, which means that there's no meetings and events anywhere in the world. No family meetings, no birthdays, nothing whatsoever. But beneath every tree is actually our industry, which is the roots. Now the trees and the roots will have a conversation occasionally, as we have, to say, well, who's more important, the tree or the root? If you're sitting in this room this afternoon, potentially the root is quite important. But what you're not seeing at the moment is the roots working extensively hard. So if you are in the meetings and events industry, you are not there to be the face of the event. You're the person underneath the soil that is sweating, you're behind off, you are working so hard, nobody sees the impact of that. So when we speak to government back home in South Africa, And we've got some major events that we hold. Meetings Africa is one of those. Some of you know that. A week ago, we had Africa Travel in Durban. But when we have our president of our country doing two major events, one, mining in Durban, which happens in Cape Town, and then every year he has an investment conference that takes place as well. Those are the first two slides that I would put up when speaking to my government, because then they understand what we're all about. So I think for yourself as a destination that is starting to look at the meetings and events industry, and I'll share some important indicators for yourself, is that don't shy away from the fact that many of us, including myself, my first trip to Uganda is because of a meeting and event, right? And my dilemma this morning was that I'm 32 kilometers away from the equator, 32 kilometers away from the equator. And I had a choice to please my kids back home or my young adults back home to miss the morning session, get into a Uber or a taxi, get to the equator, which is an imaginary line that we all know, take a photo and get back here this afternoon. But I think the important thing is understand that when you look at the analogy on the board, a lot of what the meetings and events industry does is sometimes not fully understood, but at a social and economic level is effectively felt. So each of those, whether it's pharmaceuticals, I mentioned mining in Durban as an example. So as I said earlier, just allow me for the next 20 minutes or so, just lean in a little bit. So if you're a tourism person here and you're a true tourism person to the large extent, the effort for us this afternoon is to convert you to the fun side of the industry, the side that actually gets things done, and the side that moves a lot of people globally with ease of pace, right? And one thing up front I want to mention, which I spoke about in the last 10 days, while we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement that allows goods and services to move, I think our challenge and maybe our biggest opportunity within the meetings and event space is to use that particular platform, because for every sector within that particular agreement is going to have three things. They're going to have a meeting to decide on a meeting, which is going to become a conference or an investment platform. And then they're going to look at services, whether professional services, and they will be looking for destinations to have those meetings on the African continent as well. So when we do that, it's always important for me to ask all of you, just consider how you show up. How do you show up as a professional within the industry? How do you show up as a company? And importantly, how do you show up as a destination? So yourself as Uganda, in particular yourself, ma'am, I want to compliment you as the CEO, taking a bold step to put a convention bureau team together. You know how excited some of us get, because many a time when you look at our continent, you can go, South Africa, oh yeah, Rwanda, maybe Kenya, and then where else are we going to go to? So I think the importance of putting the team together, and I spent some time with them last week at IMAX, it's important that we show up as a continent. It's important that you understand that many a professional, and I had a privilege during Meetings Africa to speak to a group of professionals who only specializes in weddings. That's all they do. They just do that, right? And there's nothing wrong with it, because they're part of the ecosystem. They driving people to your event and such. So when my dad, who is 78 this year, probably speaks to me tomorrow and asks me what I do for the week, and I'll tell him that I came to Uganda, I was in Mpumalanga at the start of the week, his simple response would be that, do you call that work? Is it actual work? So I'm still in the process of converting my dad to understand that what we do is actual work. And in 2 weeks' time, when I speak in my city of birth, I'm actually taking him along as my +1 to see the work that we do, to try and convince him. But I think it's important, as that quote says there, you're not a travel agent, you're not a tour guide, you're not a graphic designer, you're not a psychiatrist, you're actually in the business of making change. So whenever we meet, and there's a quote that MPI has, whenever you meet, change happens, right? And for those of you, particularly Sophie and Paul and the team that's been communicating with me, my tagline for this year is that you have to make meetings count. You have to make them count, because there are times that you're called to a meeting that you sit there for 10 minutes and you ask yourself, what the heck am I doing? Why am I here? And then when you contribute, you also feel like if that contribution was valuable or not as well. So I've got a basic rule this year. I've told my siblings as well, because we have a lot of family meetings in my family. I'm skipping this one. It's not important. So my 3 rules for this year is, unless I'm sharing valuable information, and if I'm not sharing valuable information within the next 15 minutes, get me off the stage, because I'm making no impact in your life whatsoever. So think about the importance of when you are putting people into a room, when you are doing an activity like this, what impact are you making? And importantly, what is your role within that impact going forward? So please, next time somebody phones you for a quotation or ask you to book them a flight, that is not your job. In the meetings and event space, that is not your job. Maybe David's got a different view around the incentive side of things, but importantly, from a professional perspective, we are agents of change. We make things better when we leave. So from an economic perspective, and I took all the numbers out because I know after lunch, very boring to speak about the numbers, but the critical element here is to understand that from an economic perspective, on the global stage, whether you are in private sector, whether you're in government, or whether you work in an association, even in your church group as well, you are going to have a meeting. You are going to have a meeting, whether you like it or not. So at economic level, when you are working and you grow in your destination from Uganda perspective is understand where you are placing those meetings. And a lot of time, and I'll mention this later as well, what I also find professionals saying, well, we must have an impact on the community. Right? And we've done some pilot programs back home in South Africa. We've gone to 2 rural areas. Stellenbosch, not so rural, but very nice for the wine, so that worked. So we got everybody. In 2022, we decided to take our annual congress to, and that's to show the economic importance and implications for a destination. So Stellenbosch as a destination, if you speak Stellenbosch, it's all about lovely wines, 5-star vineyards, nothing about meetings and events, but they've actually got Stellenbosch University as their anchor, right? And they've got beautiful scenery around that. They were not keen to host us. They didn't want to actually have us to host us there, but through negotiation, we hosted our annual congress in 2022. We needed to do 2 things. One, obviously show the economic impact, but importantly also change the face of our industry in the respect of bringing the youth in, and we established the Youth Council. But the critical thing that happened within Stellenbosch is that 2 years on, and I speak at the Visit Stellenbosch activity in July, the university invested in an impact study to indicate the importance economically of what we did there. And out of that study, they've put together their own convention bureau team. So the entire university campus is run by now 11 people. So in the space of 2 years, going from nothing to 11 people. They've got some clever young people to put a back-end system. So when you are wanting to hold an event at Stellenbosch, as an example, you'll go online yourself, you'll have a look and check all the venues, you check your date, and you can physically book online. And at the back end, one of the 11 staff members or team members, including their sporting facilities, will now coordinate that event for yourself. So that's out of complete nothingness. And last year, because we got everybody nice and tipsy the year before, we decided then to go to Addo Elephant Park. Addo Elephant Park in the eastern part of my country, 1 million+ visitors a year. Not a meetings destination, not at all. The room was a little bit smaller than this, but we had 130+ people in it. It was an old barn, and in the barn we decided not to have any plugs because everybody was looking for a plug to plug their little gadgets in, and everybody's on their phone. So we only had 1 plug point because it was a barn at the back of the for the AV guys, and all the water, all the paper, everything that was sustainable or non-sustainable in the corner. And it was what we called an analog gathering of people. Now, why am I telling that? Because when you look at those 2 destinations, particularly Addo is a leisure destination. Never thought of themselves as a business or meetings, events destination. And one lesson learned there was that when you're doing an event in a leisure destination, make sure that breakfast is actually at 7 o'clock in the morning. Because remember, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. If you're there for a holiday to see the elephants, breakfast only starts at 9 o'clock and ends at 11 o'clock because you're on holiday. And that was one of the lessons that we learned. So from economic perspective, the importance here, and some of this you already know, you have got infrastructure, and I look at this new development or the expansion that's happening place here. So when I get asked a question and I'm sitting in Frankfurt and somebody says to me, do you think Africa is ready to host big events? There's a part of me that want to go like left or right to slap the moderator for asking such a question. But I must be diplomatic and say, well, you know, if you just Google any African or South African venue, you'll find that there are a plethora of good venues and infrastructure. So you've got the infrastructure, you've got access, you've got the venues. Yours is how do you convince us to come to your destination? And that is the key. That is the key in understanding that if these things work, and when I mention community, and I look at the staff that are working extremely hard to keep us happy and make the event work, and that I always urge any organizer or planner that when you talk community, talk to the staff. So we could never pull off those 2 events in Stellenbosch or in Addo if we did not talk to the staff at the venues themselves. Because at most times, when the venue organizer comes into the area for the first time, they would have no local context at all, right? And then they're told, speak to the community, and they look outside of the venue, forgetting that people in the venue are from that same community, right? So it's important that you almost juxtapose the question of how important communities are. Well, at the moment, colleagues, communities, when I come from a community as well, are fundamentally important. You know, I smiled at the poor gentleman from the hotel, because in our community back home in Johannesburg, we've got people who recycle. Now, when you think about a recycled person, they're a homeless person, they're staying on the street, they're not necessarily the most friendly people. But without my recycled person coming around today, this morning, Thursday, there's no way that my recycling at home works for me. So before that, the truck comes along and just takes everything, instead of taking it per, plastic, waste, whatever, that guy recycles again afterwards. So my job within my own home is to be sustainable first. So separate everything first, help the person who's going to help the rest of the community. And we had actually a meeting amongst ourselves to say that if we don't support these guys, then we are as bad as everybody else in respect of just speaking sustainability but not doing sustainability. So important, colleagues, when you talk community, understand that it's not only about what happens in terms of showing us the nice curios and showing us all the nice culture, the good food, and that it's about the people that work in and around your event as well. So just some indicators for yourself, and having spoken to Paul, Uganda as a destination, you potentially are in one of these sectors. And I felt for the poor lady from Total this morning in terms of the questions and the conversation there that they were having. But key to that is within your private sector, as with Total, again, they will be driving some part of your meetings and events. They definitely be driving some of that. You must decide as a destination, where are you strong at? So it's important that you understand that and how do you grow that going forward, because here's where the opportunity either lies or is missed with most destinations. So most destinations, and I've got some destinations that I speak to in the next 3 weeks that don't enjoy having me around, but I always say that you must pitch within your capacity. And that's not, sometimes your capacity is not your capacity in terms of your floor space, but your capacity in your suppliers to deliver on the event. Because many times when we are pushing for an RFP and we want to do the return on investment, many times we win an event and we don't understand that the mechanisms of what goes on behind that event is probably far more important than the actual plenary sessions, as a simple example. So think importantly, as I'm trying to assist some of my members back home, is that you don't need to build an international convention center. Because back home in South Africa, we've got this fixation, it must be an international convention center. And I go, no, you can have international events that are 50, 100, 150, 300 people. And they don't necessarily need an international convention center to do just that. So I think it's important that when you're looking at building your destination, where best you pitch yourself, and importantly again is, how do people get here to you as well? And one of my pet projects for the next year within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is, how do we have an Africa summit on the MICE sector, or the meetings and events sector? Because it's fundamental that we, as I said earlier, we show up as an industry to really be part of the trade agreement that allows us to move people with ease around our continent as well. So just some closing factors for myself. It's a very active industry at the moment. If you're sitting behind your PC, not much is going to happen, because I'm not going to necessarily pick up a phone and call you. You'd have to show up. You'd have to use your connectivity. And at most times, as I tease my young daughter, I always say to her, clean out your contacts. You know, if a friend hasn't contacted you in 6 months, it's an associate now. You know, after 6 months, they're no longer a friend or an associate. Because think about it, if you those of you who got your phones with you now, see how many contacts you've got. If they haven't contacted you in the last 6 months or a year, they're not a contact anymore. Put them in archive, close them out there. But you have to use your contact, because without driving communication and driving business in a two-way communication, RFPs will come out at an association level. Big corporates are going to use the secretaries to put events into play. Government, the same thing. Government will go to the DG. DG is going to walk in and says, oh, we're going to do the tourism expo next year. Who does he say that to first? His PA, or executive assistant. Some of them believe that they are event organizers or planners. Some of them love doing birthdays, but they're not professional in our industry as well. So important that you become active. So just some general things to understand is that, and when I arrived yesterday evening, the first one, probably the first two are quite important. You know, that part of what we're doing, colleagues, is that we're starting to create immersive experiences. For many of you that are here as buyers, or many of them like myself, you are immersing yourself into the local community and to the local culture, and you become an advocate without realizing that. You know, you become an ambassador without realizing that. Key to that is, for a lot of, I think, government and to a certain extent within private sector, the event will become the biggest marketing opportunity to date. And as much as I'm not always a Formula One supporter, and that, if you look at what the Americans have done with Formula One, Miami, Las Vegas, a simple example, those are weeks of experience. So if you've got some petrol heads that I have lived with back home in South Africa, they'll tell me that everybody's in Monaco on Sunday already. Why is it important in my life? I have no idea, but everybody sort of ramps up in Monaco because there's the Monaco Grand Prix on Sunday. And that's what you need to consider in terms of how do you place yourself in terms of within the market. How do you immerse yourself in doing that? On the sustainability side, yes, listen to the colleagues this morning. It is a threat, but this is my take, and I didn't put up my hand earlier because I know I don't want to hold you for lunch and that. When we speak sustainability on the continent, colleagues, it has to be done for Africa, by Africa. And I get all of the global stuff, I get all of the nice things, and I get all the templates that have been developed. I've got nothing against that. But there's certain parts of my country that are completely diverse, complete polar opposites altogether. So sometimes a blanket legislation won't necessarily work, but I think a collective understanding that it's our responsibility to look after the planet, and it has to start at home first. And in doing that, as we've done with our events, and I shared with Paul last week as well, because I've actually got and I'm not a gardener. I don't know how this started, but it's just started at home, because I've got tomatoes, I've got pumpkin now, I've got sweet potato, and all of them have come from my name badges. All of them have come from that. The one that I got last week at IMAX, I'm not sure what's going to come out of that, ma'am, but I'm going to put it into the garden as I did over the weekend. So there is opportunities in which we can do recycling and we can be responsible. And yes, it is a threat, but I think as an industry, it's such a top of mind awareness at the moment that the important thing to understand is how do you embrace that as a destination and not oversell it. Because for some parts of industry still, sustainability is not a comfortable conversation, because it means that when you have had supper this evening at home, you must separate food or you must separate plastic. Not everybody's comfortable with that. So if you can't do that at home, I always say, don't come and speak about sustainability. You know, first start at home and then we can gradually move. And the same with our eventing side. It is an essential threat, but I think we're doing a fair amount for ourselves. So to close out, and I took out the slides on all of the AI stuff because there's a lot of chat around AI and what we're doing. My response to that is similar to sustainability. Our industry is driven by human interaction. You know, the easy thing for me when I got the invitation was to say, thank you for the invitation. My dad is a little bit busy, put me on the screen. You know? And then I speak to you on the screen and I feel good about the fact that I didn't physically get here. important thing to understand, colleagues, and it's something that I think we all learned during the pandemic, that if you do not see somebody, you can't feel or touch them or sense them, you can't move anything forward. So the meetings and events industry is fundamental in that whenever we meet, as I said earlier, we make change. Change happens. Something will happen after that effect. The opportunity that we sometimes lose is that we're not sustainable in that particular conversation. You know, so as I said to a colleague during lunch, and I've said it for the last couple of days, we have to have a meetings and events, a MICE Africa Summit. Now, whether that happens once a year, it could happen here, ma'am, as a simple example, but when we get the top politicians, and we've got a ambassador that I think is passionate about our industry. She can be our champion at a political level. And we get all of the clever people around into a room that says, where are we? What are we doing? What are the challenges? Because if we don't do that, colleagues, all that happens is we've got the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the technocrats decide, other sectors decide for us, and then we must just tag along. You know, and as I say, back home in my country, when I see my minister, and I spent some time with her the last couple of weeks, she's the Minister of Tourism. But when I meet ministers from other parts of the world, tourism is either the first part of their because they go tourism, economic development, agriculture, and, or tourism is in the middle of their title. And that can't be, colleagues. That cannot be. Because wherever we go around the world, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Uganda today, or you're down in the UK tomorrow, somebody will tell you that tourism is important. All I'm asking you as colleagues, let's ensure that we get people to listen, why it is important, we feel as if we're included, and we respect the process going forward. And with that, I want to sort of say thank you for the opportunity. I know that I maybe sped through it quite quickly. This is the shortened version. The colleagues are probably going to share both versions with you. The other one had 65 slides. I don't know why I did that for you, but it was to just assist yourself at the starting base to understand that economically, you are sitting not only with gold, but you're sitting with platinum that allows you to bring more people into your country. And by doing that, you're allowing more social economic impact to take place within your communities, and you have a thriving destination that effectively can do that. So thank you for your time. Thank you once again for the opportunity. I am around, so if you want to chat to me, if you don't, I know that when I always say that, I know that my face somewhere, there was a mistake that God made with my face. I'm not the most approachable person. I know that, so you're free to come and have a conversation with me. Not at all. So I definitely know that. You know, my wife has said I must stop saying that at the end of my presentation, but I said, listen, the fact that she's married to me, which I can tell you how we got married in terms of my stress there, is that this particular framework doesn't necessarily always work for me in the tourism industry. But thank you, colleagues. Much appreciated. Thank you really once again, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Glenton. Can we give another round of applause? What an amazing way to start. Thank you. Before I invite the panelists who will come and have a discussion with us, we are here to network as well. Can you turn to your left and say hello to your neighbor on your left? Now to the right. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. You can now follow up after this session. Yeah. You now know the face better, the name, and continue with the conversation. Thank you so much, Glenton, once again. Thank you as well for the last part of it where we are talking about sustainability. And the theme for Poate 2024 is responsible tourism. So that came through very clearly. Responsibility, sustainability starts with each and every one of us. It's with each and every one of us. It's not about pointing at, who is responsible who should do it. All of us are responsible for where we are on this planet, and it's each and every one of us to make it better, to make it sustainable. I don't want to repeat what you have said, but that was amazing. You brought it through very clearly, so thank you very much. Now, the next thing before we get to the panelists, I have a question. So you answer it, you win something. Are we ready? What's the capacity of Speak Resort Convention Center? We are all here, yeah? Did we take a moment to understand what the capacity of this facility is? The general manager is here. Yes, Etha? Okay, I think it's almost there, but not yet. Yes? 18,000. Hey, I have a present. Yes, Honorable. That's an interesting one. Yes, Melon? You're getting there. You're getting there. Okay. I'm sure Greg, who is Mr. Greg, which answer was the closest? Because she's from Uganda Convention Bureau. So I'll get you the present, don't worry. Thank you. So the biggest hall we have at the convention center is called the Rwenzori Convention Hall, which has that is the hall where the exhibition is. Yeah, that's where the exhibition is taking place, and it can at any one time seat up to 3,200. Yeah, 3,200. With the gallery, we have the gallery. Yeah, so with the gallery, the total becomes 3,800. No worries, Etha, you will also get something. Yeah, so I think it's just important wherever we are, we just have to understand, have information of what we have. And for us, from Uganda, this, like I said before, this is our baby. You know, it's something we are very proud of. So we need everyone to understand what it is so that we can promote it. We can be able, the others who are here could be buyers, and you can be able to know exactly what we can, the service that we can offer you. Honorable, your answer was very political, but also very correct. Oh, you have a question?
The capacity, the enhancement of the center derives a solution to what we are looking. That is key. So I've won it.
Thank you. Thank you. You win. As a member of parliament who is here with us, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the panel discussion session, and allow me at this point to introduce our panelists. We will start with David Sand. David Sand is the CEO of You Win, I Win, performance incentive, and the former site president. David is with us. Some of us are familiar with him. He was a facilitator, a trainer for those who are in the mice industry in Uganda, I think last year, beginning of this year. So, but David is a compelling keynote speaker who walks his talk. Yeah. So That's him, a respected leader, entrepreneur, and authority of performance incentive. David's life and work embody his message. He is a man of heart and action on stage as much as in person. As a founder and chairman of the acclaimed You Win, I Win performance incentives, David has led his team and clients to international success. He is the past president of SITE, the Society for Incentive Travel Excellence, a recipient of IMA Award for Excellence and IMEX Academy Award for his outstanding contribution to the MICE industry. His first book, The Song of the Sandman, thoughtfully documents his journey with valuable lessons and from leadership and life. David also serves as a trustee for the Duke of Edinburgh International Award Foundations, the President Award in South Africa, and the chairman of the Scout South African Brainstorm First Chapter. Members of his influential international network know David as a trusted advisor, a passionate motivator, and an exceptional golfing champion. But what stands out most is David's value as a leader, a family man, and above all, a man of faith. David's keynote writings and work galvanize audiences with not only inspiration, but also the actionable steps to enhance the way they perform, lead, and live. That is David Sand. Thank you very much. And next, we will have Casey McCurry. Casey is the executive director of Ignite Trade Africa. She's the CEO founder of Zuri Events Limited, Kenya. She's a trade lawyer, sustainability consultant, and an award-winning entrepreneur. She has over 20 years of experience in enterprise development, trade support, market linkages, working with clients spread across Africa, in Asia, Europe, North America, and South America. She has worked with several organizations to build capacity development programs aimed at enabling MSMEs to build sustainable and thriving enterprises in emerging markets. Casey founded Zuri Events in 2007. The company has grown to become an award-winning business, tourism, and sustainability consulting firm that is revolutionizing Africa's MICE industry. The company is the brain behind the highly impactful Africa MICE Summit, which has been instrumental in enabling destinations in Africa to build competitiveness to attract MICE events that have significant economic impact. Her company has been recognized as the leading sustainable event management firm in East Africa. And this has been, these recognitions are by several awards, including the MEA Excellence Award of 2021, World MICE Award 2020 and 2021, and the UK Hospitality Award 2019. She has been recognized with the Women of Excellence Award by the Women Economic Forum 2018, and the Collaborator of the Year Award by Women in MICE Africa 2021. Casey is a prolific conference speaker, and a moderator, trainer, and industry mentor. Casey, most welcome to the stage. I first met Casey in Durban in 2019, I think it was. We were attending a MICE conference. We didn't know each other. We bumped into each other, but we have a long story to talk about that, of our experience in Durban. Casey, most welcome to Uganda, most welcome to this session. Next, we have Ambassador Santa Laker, who is the head of International Economic Cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Uganda. Santa right now is the head of the International Economic Cooperation Department with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She's a career diplomat with vast experience in handling regional and multilateral matters, negotiation and economic matters, and this has been since 1995. She has served in different capacities. She's the Uganda's Deputy Chief of Mission. She was in Washington, D.C., 2018 to 2023. She was head of diplomatic affairs, State House 2015 to 2018. She was the advisor to His Excellency, to the President of the UN General Assembly 2014 to 2015. She also served in Copenhagen, Denmark, Ankara, Turkey, and New York in USA. Right now, she handles, she's championing Uganda's economic and commercial diplomacy as her daily business. This involves promoting Uganda as the best destination for trade, tourism, and investment. Ambassador Santa, you're most welcome to the stage. Last but not least, we have Mr. Greg Pelzer, who is the General Manager of the Commonwealth Resort Munyonyo. Greg joined Speak Resort Munyonyo as the General Manager in October 2007. He has over 30 years of experience in management position in restaurants and hospitality. After working his way through the ranks in the restaurant business, predominantly steakhouse franchises, he joined Poate Hotel, the ranch in South Africa, as a food and beverage manager. He later moved on to Poate Hotel, Shangri-La, as the general manager and was responsible for turning a failing country lodge property around, along with a dedicated team over a period of 3 years. He moved to Poate Hotel, the Lakes in Johannesburg, as a general manager, where he was based for 2 years. The opportunity arose for him to move to East Africa in 2007, and it was one that he could not resist. He has since made Uganda become his home. Greg, you're most welcome to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our panelists. I will evoke them with some questions to get the discussion going. Just to remind us as well that the topic for this session in particular is igniting destination growth by unleashing the power of business events. So, David, let's start with you. As an incentive travel expert, how can we design appealing incentive travel packages to position Uganda as an incentive destination?
Can you hear me? There we go. Thank you for the question, and thank you so much for inviting me. It's been a fantastic experience. I've been along with some of the audience here that were invited as hosted buyers to experience some of Uganda's amazing product. And you really do have some of the highest quality natural resources that there are in the world anyway. Yeah, absolutely deserve a hand of applause for that. I think my colleague from South Africa spoke predominantly about the meetings industry. The incentive part of business tourism is just a slightly little bit different. And it's important to understand the essence of what an incentive is about, understand the why do incentives happen in order to design for that delivery. And the why people do incentives is also to change the dynamic of things. What are we trying to change? We are trying to change people's performance. We are trying to make a better world through people doing and delivering better services, better job performances in their place of work predominantly. So an incentive traveler is not somebody that pays from his own or her own pocket to be in a destination. It is somebody that has earned the right to be here because a company has said to them, if you do these things at a higher level of delivery, we will give you a spectacular reward. And so in answering the question about designing an incentive program is quite a challenge because these people are expecting a very high level of delivery. And there are two aspects to design. One is what happens before they arrive in the destination and what happens during the experience. Because you have to get both right. When I say to a group of people, the first prize is Uganda as a destination. Come and spend 5 days in Uganda. Maybe they ask, well, what's the second prize? Because the first prize has to be so appealing to move people's behavior. So if people know nothing about Uganda, are they going to be inspired about that? What stories do you tell before they come here about Uganda? It's going to be motivational. So the whole brand and positioning of Uganda as an inspirational destination is a job to be done around brand marketing that's very different to marketing a destination for general tourism or meetings and conventions. It's a very different sell. So the buyers in the room are interesting people because they have to go and sell this destination as an inspirational destination. So how does one make an inspirational destination? And there's a whole seminar that we could talk about in that space. But the second part of design is when people arrive here as winners. What is the expectation level? And when you use the word package, I hesitate because an incentive is not something that you take off the shelf and you deliver. That is what I see as a package tour. You have a city tour or a guerrilla tour, you can take it off the shelf and you can deliver it. Incentive companies are looking for much more than a package off the shelf. They're looking for a very unique experience. So the gorillas, how do you deliver that at a different level than a regular tourist? And that's where the creativity, it's the storytelling, it's the delivery component has to be very much different. And of course, you can charge a premium for being able to deliver that because it's a specialized experience that's meeting the expectations of the winner. Just one other part of the incentive anatomy to understand is that you've got the beginning, the delivery, and what happens at the end. What happens at the end, what we try and create, is that incentive winners go back to the workplace, life species, and waterfalls and mountains and in positioning. When we have to bring Mercedes-Benz people to Uganda, we have to deliver at that level that they have positioned problems all over the world, and we are very happy to share that knowledge with you as we go along.
Thank you very much, David. Kenzie, let me come to you. With your expertise in organizing business events, tell us the secret of winning business events.
Hello, and thank you very much for having me here. It's a joy to see you again, Lily, and really, I'm just thrilled to see the work that UTB is doing, and and to experience this facility, and obviously to know the impact that it will have for the meetings and events industry here in Uganda. So I'm wondering the word secret. Secret to winning business events. We've had the privilege to organize some of the most impactful events in my nation. And I speak about impact because for me, everything that we do, and I was glad to hear that read in one of the bios, I think Glenn's or David's, I'm not sure. But everything that we do as a business, everything that I do as an individual, for me must have certain markers on it. And impact is a very significant driver. So when we look at the kind of projects we're involved in, I'm very keen to see what the impact is. And obviously we look at impact from a triple bottom line. We're looking at the profit, the people, the planet. When we're speaking about business events, sustainability is not just the planet, it's the profit and the people as well. And we'll probably get to that a little later on. But I wanted to just talk about what it is that positions us in the place where we are, and maybe what attracts some of the clients that we work with to us. Just 2 weeks ago, we were privileged to host what's called the AmCham Business Summit in Nairobi. It is a precursor to the visit of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya to the US. In that particular event, hosted about 1,300 business executives, top corporate leaders, business executives from the US, and obviously also American companies that are hosted in Kenya. And it's G2G conversations, but also B2B conversations. But as I sit there and look at the impact of that event, and obviously even hear the feedback from the client on the value of transactions that is traded on that platform, then we see how much impact the meetings industry actually can have. It's not just the number of people we bring into a room, it's also the quality and the value of transactions that happen in that room, and the policy directives that are spoken on that platform. And then you start to see the impact when it is cascaded to small, medium enterprises, and the trade linkages and open markets because of a platform that is created by a meetings professional, just like myself. And I agree with Glenn when he says that for us in the meetings and events space, what we are really is change makers. It's only that my continent, maybe my country and the region has not learned how to quantify that change and how to quantify the impact of the work that we do. So as a company, we are sensitive to realize where we sit in the conversation. That when a corporate organization or an organization is seeking to host a conference or a meeting and they begin with an idea, that idea requires feet and hands. And we become the feet, the brain, and the hands that execute on that project. So it begins by understanding our role in the mathematics. That my work is to interpret dreams, interpret visions, and put that together. My work also is to bring people together on the table, facilitate certain linkages that would normally not happen without the expertise that I carry as an individual. But I think beyond that, it is enabling organizations to achieve a return on investment. Because in the world of business events, every company that puts money to sponsor an event or to host an event, they're looking at the ROI. Whether they say it to you as an events professional or not, what determines success for them is how well they are able to recoup the return on investment. So we are able to judge what does ROI look like for every organization that we work with. Is it impact, for example, for the not-for-profits that we work with? Is it social impact that will speak to ROI for them? Is it business linkages that an organization that is looking to do business in Africa wants when they come to us for us to host the event? So it is being able to deliver, first of all, understand it. What is return on investment for this client? And then find the mechanics to deliver that. And then definitely deliver value, match our business events delivery to the aspirations of the organization that comes to us. I have learned, again, maybe going to the triple P bottom line, I have learned how to enable my clients, even those that are driven by profit, to incorporate the people aspect in calculating their ROI. In the last summit that we hosted, I sat with my client and was able to give them numbers. And my clients say to them they had never calculated ROI on social impact. It's a business conference. And they look at the total value of transactions that are hosted, how much inflows is coming into the country. But I wanted for this particular summit to calculate actual impact. Employees, the waiting staff, the cleaners, and all that. And for the first time, and my client used this data in a conversation with the president, that the impact is actually at two levels. It's not just at the national level where we can calculate the inflows, trade flows that come into the country. It's also, and we've known this for a long time, those of us in the meetings and event space, and we've kept parroting about it, but I think it's about time we brought in the numbers, that we can actually say this is the actual direct and indirect impact that this meeting has had. And then obviously planet, it is getting to a place where we help our clients have a positive impact on the planet. They may not have started out with that as an intention, but as a company, we've made it our business to help them have a positive impact that they can report when they're doing the internal reporting, that we now introduce a new metrics on how success is measured. That success is not only measured by the dollar sign, it's also measured by the number of people and the positive impact that we can have on the communities where we do business. A few years ago, Lily, on the question of sustainability, we began a campaign at Zuri events that was called Plastic Free Mice. And we ran that campaign, back then it was called Twitter, it has a new name now, X. We ran that campaign in 2018, challenging venues to eliminate the use of single-use plastic. And we would go to the hotels where we host our conferences, and we would insist that we are not going to host this conference here for as long as you're having single-use plastic. My client never sent me to say that. but I would introduce that as a non-negotiable in my interaction with the venues. And we began to see a shift in that space. And in my conversation with my clients, I would now tell them, beyond achieving the objectives for which you set out for this event, you have an additional impact that you can report, that you have eliminated the number of single-use plastic. In 2018, one of the largest conferences held in my country, the goal of that conference, and some of you might remember, was to discuss the amount of plastic that's in the oceans. And the very sad thing is, and we had 6,000 people coming to Nairobi, is that water was served in plastic bottles. And so if you have those in hospitality, you can do the math. You're doing 2 bottles per day for 6,000 people on a 3 or 4 day conference. You can imagine how much plastic was tossed into the oceans. So just making sure that there is alignment between conversation and actual impact on the ground. And I think where we sit, we have a privilege that we can play that role and help corporate organizations to achieve that goal.
Thank you, Kezi. Thank you very much. That was amazing. Ambassador Santa, let's come to you. Tell us how you embrace the aspect of diversity, equity, and inclusion in organizing events to ensure multiplier effect spreads to all citizens of this country. Because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is really the center in government of Uganda that brings in the government meetings.
Thank you very much. That's a heavy question. It's like, you know, you are challenging me to sit an exam at this old age. Yes. First of all, I want to say that in our work as Minister of Foreign Affairs, we amplify how we create relationships, how we build, maintain, enhance these relationships. Now, these relationships cut across the board. And for us as diplomats, I must say, not only us, everybody, wherever you are, you have a duty to champion your country. Wherever you are an ambassador for the country, so that whatever you do, just know it's not just for you, but people look at you, and from that, they take messages, they derive examples, and they conclude things. They'll say, Ugandans, oh, they are hospitable people. Ugandans are happy people. Ugandans are this. These are not singular things. They are cumulative things which come from, you know, what all of us do individually. So that now brings in the element of diversity. When we do events, when we do our meetings, in our day-to-day work, we are in the business of sitting in meetings, negotiating, talking for the country, attracting people, telling them, look, this Uganda is where you should go. So that means that in so doing, we are actually talking to a cross-section of communities, cultures, people across the world. That is out there, but also back home here. So how do we do this? We have to make sure that we present ourselves as this country that has something exceptional, something that is exclusive. What is our, they call it what? Our advantage over the others, you know? So in that, we must always amplify what we know is good about us. In setting events, we should tell the world, tell our people that this is what is good about us. When we are making an event, MICE, this is now the subject here, this is events, conferences, how do we let the world know that this is where we should go? You know, we must talk about, for me, there are things which are deal breakers. If I go somewhere, or if you call someone here and you are trying to tell them what they should do, first you must ensure that what you are doing or what you are serving to them is what you told them is what was on the menu. If you told me I'm coming for a meeting of tourism, then I come and I find they're discussing something else, that becomes an issue. So is what you are presenting fit for purpose? Is it the reason people came to you? Is it the reason people flew all the way to come to you? These are things that matter. Now, when you deal with diverse communities, you have to be sensitive to how they feel when they come to you. So the things about our hospitality, about how we present ourselves is very key. We always amplify the word decorum. What is decorum? Decorum is how we present ourselves. How do we, even just simple things like the ambience here. How does somebody get this feeling that I went to Uganda, I participated at this event? What feeling do I take home? Because those feelings and the things you go and finally converse about are the things that amplify, that actually bring this domino effect of attracting others. Because if you listen to people say, oh, I went to Uganda, this is what I experienced, that is how the message goes around. I just want to give an example, how we deal with diverse communities and, create these interlinkages. I will borrow from my experience when I was in Washington, D.C. We had a program. It was a simple little program. We called it Embassy Adoption Program, where we go out into the schools and adopt a class per year. And we work with that school and create a syllabus on Uganda in that school. So for the entire school year, we teach that particular class about Uganda. How much effect, how much impact do you really plant in the minds of these young people about this country? Because these are now the ambassadors of the future. These are the children who will go and talk to their parents and say, look, there is a country called Uganda. They eat something called kabalagala. And they call it pancake. And it's different from our pancake. You know, such simple things, but they actually are very meaningful. So this is how you create these effects and attract a cross-cultural, a diverse kind of population to you. So those are, you have to think about the sellable qualities around you. What do you have to sell? And we should not always sell things that are realistic, things that you know you can live up to. We've also had, and of course, one of my friends here talked about branding. You have to brand yourself. When you're branding, how do you brand? And in this brand, what is it actually? So even us who talk to diverse communities, multicultural populations, you must unpack to them, what is the meaning of your brand? We here explore Uganda, explore Africa, Pearl of Africa, gifted by nature. All these are things that have come our way. But has it ever occurred to you to think, when I say gifted by nature, what am I actually saying? Is it the gift of the people? Is it the natural resources? Is it the beauty of the country? You have to be able to unpack this word, this theme or this brand in a manner that local people, lay people understand, so that as you sell yourself, even the common people join you in this effort. Because otherwise you'll be singing a lone song somewhere, you are gifted by nature, please come and explore Uganda. But if somebody met a random Ugandan in the market somewhere and said, hey, this Uganda, what is it about? Is this person able to talk? You know, because what this person talks mirrors the message we are sending out there. I was talking to my daughter yesterday and I was saying, hey, by the way, tomorrow I'll be somewhere in Munyonyo talking to people about the international audience because we are talking about diversity. We have to accommodate the international audience, think about their sensitivities, but also this is a moment for you to showcase who you are. Our menus should not only be continental. We should serve the Kabalagalas, we should serve the Gonjas, we should serve things that speak about us. So these are the moments we carry forward as, these are moments for selling, you see. So if we do those, we really find that we are reaching a more diverse population than ourselves, and we are actually doing the work that we are intending to do. I also want to talk about things like, did I talk about the choice of the venue? Here we are at Munyonyo. If you are attracting and talking to diverse people, you must take them to a place where they have a chance to interact. Because interactions are the things that create relations. These are the things that have a multiplier effect. So if they come to Munyonyo, do you offer in your program a possibility of people to interact, for people to talk to one another, for people to share experiences? These things should be carried around the venue, the ambience, the openness. I think there's just so much that we have out there, and we have to explore which of them we can really use to sell a particular product. Are we selling the event? Are we selling the content of the event? What is the content of the event? What is it for? So I don't know, for some of us, we are used to speaking from a different perspective, but it is also how we sell the country. We do things somehow differently, but we always have to talk about Uganda, 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 but also be mindful about sensitivities of other. If we are talking about diversity, you must be a very sensitive person. And that is very important, because you are not going to host an event. For example, let's say you are holding a Uganda Iranian, let's say, expo, or Uganda Saudi expo. It matters how you present yourself. You're not going to have an expo and this country or these people whom we are hosting, they have certain sensitivities, they are predominantly Muslim, and you're not going to have people walking around in very short skirts, scandalizing them. So that feeling is really, really important. The feeling that I go away with from a place, from an event, really is something that we cannot ignore, because that feeling is what lasts. That's what lasts. And it's what may be the deal breaker. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And that just rightly fit to the host. So, Greg, we are here at Speak Resort Munyonyo, and you have been hosting very many international events, conferences. The most recent of the big ones was NAM and G77 plus China. And here we are with Poate 2024. How do you design an amazing event experience for delegates?
Madam Lily, thank you very much for including me in today's panelists. I would like to take this opportunity while we have this captivated audience to welcome not just the hosted buyers, but each and every individual who's taken the time to join us to celebrate Poate and attend Poate. It is without a doubt Uganda's major tourism expo, and we are privileged to be part of it and to host these wonderful guests. So welcome everybody. I trust you've been well looked after. We have no doubt, and that last night's dinner was the setting of things to come. Ma'am, my response to creating or designing amazing event experiences is pretty simple. I know David said it's complicated. It's a complicated animal. I think it's as complicated as you want to make it from our experience at the resort, being where we are, harnessing the unique qualities that Uganda has to offer. And that's from probably the friendliest and most hospitable people in the region, the gorgeous weather that we enjoy all year round, the beautiful landscape is pretty simple. And I speak from a biased point of view because having been here for 17 years, I've traveled the country from north to south and east to west, which is not a privilege of, afforded to every visitor because of time constraints. But I think that all of this combined offers us the perfect opportunity to put together amazing event experiences.
Thank you. Thank you very much. David, I'm coming back to you. The theme of Poate 2024 is sustainability, responsible tourism. So we need to speak to it. And we have the practitioners here. These are people who are very keen to learn from your experiences as the expert. So what are those sustainability practices and trends in incentive travel market that our private sector should adapt in designing incentive itineraries?
Yeah, sure. I think it's definitely a huge part of what we do. All the companies that are our clients, each one of them are under either self-determined pressure to make more of a positive difference in the sustainability and the greening space of our world, the decarbonization of things, and to be responsible in how they approach a visit to a destination. So, all the standard practices that are there in terms of being using less plastics, making sure that their carbon footprint is at a minimum impact, maybe even making a contribution to carbon credits and projects that would then facilitate planting of trees, afforestation, that would help in the longer term around reducing carbon in the air. But I think the one part of it that I like to promote and to be an ambassador for is to engage companies that come to a destination in social interaction and making a contribution to underprivileged communities, either to interact with a school, an orphanage, something like that, in an underprivileged environment, donate money, clothing, making an impact that way as part of the fun experience. Today, people want to have authentic, meaningful travel experiences which go beyond just having fun, drinking Nile beer and partying. A lot of our clients want to make a meaningful contribution to something in a small community. We had a fabulous experience where we visited one of the community and villages in the area that we were traveling in, the Merchant Falls area. And one of our guests that was along was really moved by the lady that hosted us, who was making a village community impact for funding a school and for young people development. And what he did on his own accord was set up a donation plea on LinkedIn to his global community. Instead of him he was going to go to the gorillas and spend $2,000 for his personal pleasure. He said, instead of doing that, I'm going to donate $2,000 to this particular community and make an impact. And it's those kind of long-term relationships with a destination that our clients are, not all of them are seeking that, but we are ambassadors for that kind of interaction because that is meaningful, it makes an impact. And it also serves to have a long-term relationship with a destination and to be positive ambassadors, to your point. Every single visitor to a destination can be either a very positive ambassador or a negative one. And if people leave your destination having a wonderful experience and have built relationships at a community level and at a business level, that then goes so much further to being positive impacts for a long-term sustainable growth of your destination rather than just a once-off relationship with a visitor, in, out, bang, and that's very important. One other thing that I'd like to mention is that people that attend a destination as a business tourist visitor have the ability to bring their family in at a future visit because they came on a business trip without their family. And if they've had a good opportunity, they can bring 3 or 4, 5 people with them the next visit. They also have a fantastic storytelling ability, and research has shown that people come to a destination on a business trip, 9 out of 10 times they come back as a leisure visitor. So these people, if you think about that as a long-term sustainable strategy, it's also part of the mix.
Awesome. I'm sure our practitioners here have picked some great insights. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, Uganda has the best coffee.
Yes.
We have the best coffee.
Oh, yes.
Yeah? If you haven't tasted the Ugandan coffee, then you don't know what best coffee is. So we have Uganda Coffee Development Authority as a sponsor of giving coffee, providing coffee. So just right outside the door at the entrance, we have coffee that is being served to us. So we also have tea and some bites. In the interest of time, I would like to encourage us to just go out, you know, one by one and pick some coffee or tea as we continue with the session, because we also started late, so I'm being cognizant of that. So feel free to pick up, you know, something from out and then come back and we continue with the session. But Greg, let me come back to you. At Spirit Resort Munyonyo, fantastic. Can we give them a hand over, you know, for the glass bottle? Yeah? Yeah, it's a big move for a facility as this resort. They are dealing with big quantities. Yeah, big quantities. I know that Greg and me and the whole management of Munyonyo have had this conversation for a while. And I feel very, you know, proud of you. I know it's a bold decision to move from the single plastic use water bottles to invest in this. It's investment.
Absolutely.
It's huge investment. It increases your cost. Yeah, so thank you very much for doing this. We also said we actually set a target for them. We said Poate 2024 has a theme of responsible tourism. So we are not going to come and drink water in the plastic bottles. So this is a recent move, and we really appreciate you for that as management of Munyonyo. It's more investment you are putting into, more people are being employed because the water business, you know, and the bottle makers are, you know, employing more people and making more business in this country. So we appreciate you. But related to that, I would want to ask you, what are the technology-enabled sustainability practices are you employing in venue operation?
Ma'am, thank you very much for the acknowledgement, of our efforts as a resort towards sustainable tourism. This is just on the surface. A resort this size, we've done a lot over the couple of decades that we've been in operation quietly. Just to touch on sustainability, I think people generally have been aware of it for a long time. It is only sort of over the last sort of 10 to 15 years that a spotlight has been rightfully placed firmly on this topic, and people are now becoming more aware of the impact that they are having on their environment and their natural resources. We have been aware of this for a long time, and we've done quite a bit. If you look at not just from a water conservation or energy conservation point of view, but also the procurement of raw produce, we have a lot of consideration for that. And I'll touch on a few topics and small points in a moment. But understanding that the resort has 476 guest rooms, which have recently been refurbished. The procurement process was carefully thought out to ensure that where it's not necessary to import something or bring it across from Mombasa to here via road, therefore having a bigger CO2 emission footprint, we've reduced that considerably. So in your guest rooms, you'll find all of the furniture was made locally. We didn't import it from anybody. In fact, the only things that were imported were the electronics. Everything else was, made and bought in Uganda. So, understanding the impact that has, especially when you have almost 500 guest rooms with 34 indoor venues, and all of these things are being secured locally, it carries a lot of weight. Coming back to a few points on what we've done differently over the years with our operations to ensure that our footprint is sustainable. If you have a look at the restrooms, we have, for example, we have low flow automated dispensers, both for soap and the hand wash basins. All the toilets are automated. In the gents, all the urinals are automated. So the waste of water and electricity in sort of a high traffic area is minimized completely. Outdoor landscaping, for example, we use a drip irrigation system, which obviously reduces the amount. We also have drought-tolerant plants throughout the resort. So even if you won't believe this, but Uganda does have dry seasons. And during those dry seasons, with drought-tolerant plants, we are able to sort of extend the use of water, minimize the extent of water, should I say. Our kitchens, we use energy-efficient dishwashers. We have 9 kitchens throughout the resort. You can imagine how much, when you're feeding 5,000 meals a day, 7,000 meals a day, how many dishes you're going through. Our irrigation systems, are also automated, so it's controlled. Water efficient. Coming to energy conservation, we have solar-powered lights throughout all our outdoor areas, our public spaces, solar-powered water heaters throughout all our guest rooms, energy-saving bulbs and LED strips throughout the resort. It's 110 acres. You can understand the investment. You talk about the investment in this, ma'am. It's considerable. All our waterfalls in our surrounding areas, gardens are on a timer. They don't just run 24/7. And the generators, which we experienced the joy of 10 minutes ago, are on it. They are on a timer. So yes, and they obviously they linked. So these are some of the water and energy conservation efforts that we've done, not just now but over time. You'll notice the electric golf carts to minimize CO2 emissions around the convention center, and we have plans to go beyond that, and in the ideal world have a zero CO2 emission resort, so that guests arrive and are then picked up from the parking, and they don't see their car until they depart. But these are these form parts of our larger plans for the future. Coming back to just quickly, I want to say about the procurement, understanding that I don't think you have seen imported fruits on our buffets so far, fruits and vegetables. It's something that we are proud of. We use locally seasonal vegetables and fruit that are available on the market. These are organic, so there's no use of fertilizers. We try and avoid importing fruits, understanding where they come from, either South Africa or UAE or wherever it is, or Kenya. These things need to be loaded into a truck, shipped across 1,600 kilometers of tarmac, and again, has a CO2 footprint. So we use locally available seasonal vegetables and fruits, and there's an abundance of it in Uganda. There really is. It's some of the best fruits and vegetables that are available. In terms of our responsible purchasing of items in the guest rooms, I've just touched on that briefly. And I mentioned that if you go back to your room, just take a look around and see how much is actually placed in your guest room, from the bedside tables, a dining room table, a writing table, the mirrors, so on and so forth. That some of the artifacts in the rooms, these are all locally produced. So we didn't import them. They weren't on a container ship from across the oceans. And it's something we are very proud of. You speak of pride. We are very proud of where we want to be or where we are, but we still feel, because we care deeply about this as a group, not just as a resort, we feel very strongly about how much more there is to achieve, and how much more of an impact we could have in contributing to sustainable tourism.
Thank you very much, Greg. I think Greg is just being very humble. He's only talking about what you can actually see. I know that beyond what he has mentioned, there's also, I've read some of their policies, but also their corporate social responsibility. There's a huge support, especially with education, where they are supporting disadvantaged kids to go to school out of, the profits they are making out of this resort. I'm sure there are so many others which he could talk to, but we see it evidently of the effort that you're making. But yes, we are here together, even when we come as guests in the room. Sometimes the problem is with us. Yeah, you bring your plastic from wherever you are coming and you dump it there. Now it has to become their problem to see how to dispose it. And that's why we're saying the responsibility is with each and every one of us. They can play their part, but if as the guests we are not going to play our part, it will still give more burden onto them. And as business people, it means more cost for them. less profits, and then, we can't employ more people, we can't give more to all the citizens. But we appreciate very much our appreciation to you and your team, and also for hosting us for Poate 2024. So far, amazing experience. Thank you. Ambassador Santa, let me just also turn back to you on the issue of sustainability. Government of Uganda gets to host big conferences, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs is at the forefront of this. We can, from the recent past, with NAM G77 plus China, that got government of Uganda through Ministry of Foreign Affairs to get the airport construction work moving very fast, because we are going to be hosting, these delegates, fix the road, beautify, the city. A lot of investments, goes into preparing for these big events. So what strategies is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs employing to ensure sustainability in hosting these business events while ensuring return on investment?
Thank you for that question. I will always circle back to what I know best, and that is, now in terms of doing economic and commercial diplomacy, we sell the country. Now, part of selling the country means that we are, showcasing this country and saying, this is your best product, please buy it. Now, to do sustainability so that we continue hosting these events, one is that we shall continue to market the country. And we do that not only from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but of course through our missions abroad. Our missions abroad are doing very good and tremendous work in marketing the country. And while we market the country, we tell them these are also the gaps that we have. Please come help us with this. We attract, investors. We attract more tourists. So that in a package contributes towards us being able to do that. But also we market out, because part of our things that we do is also to ensure that the country is protected. So as part of our sustainability efforts, we ensure that we negotiate deals, MOUs, memoranda of understandings and agreements that advance protection of the environment, that advance protection of our ecosystem, our animals, that kind of thing. So as you notice that most of the times when we convene, we have these big meetings, there are also side events that kind of focus on particular issues. There are also deliberate efforts to sign agreements, to sign undertakings that go a long way in nurturing sustainability. That is one of them. Then the other thing that we do is that definitely we also, I will talk about things which sometimes become boring, but the negotiations as part of sustainability. Right now, for example, we have a situation where the EU is advancing a law where every country that will export to the EU must have produced that product in a sustainable way. If we are exporting coffee, has this coffee been a product of deforestation? Did you cut down trees before you planted this coffee? Are these coffees, we are talking about plastics. How are they packaged? Those type of things. So in our work, we also take care of these things. And we do a lot of sensitization. We work with the line ministries over this. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as a matter of fact, is, we can call ourselves a jack of all trades, because we find ourselves all over the place, everywhere. So we are convening people of agriculture, people of tourism. We are telling them, look, there is this. How do we be compliant? You know, so there is that CSDDD, that's that law about sustainability. So how do we be compliant? Does it affect us? Hmm? Does it destroy us? How do we, come in? Are there things we feel are so difficult for us to comply with that we should talk about and let these people know? Are we, is it becoming difficult for us to comply? How do they help us? Or how do we let our people know that this is what is on the table? So we keep these conversations on the table, as a matter of fact. We just keep making sure that issues of sustainability, issues of protection are on the table every day. We are talking, for example, when visitors come here, we are serving a lot of bananas, gonja, these small ones and all that. That is food for us. But somebody is talking about CO2 credits. We are asking ourselves, how do we benefit from this? Uganda is a big banana producing country. We've not even tried to capture how much CO2 credits we get from just growing bananas. We may not be exporting bananas in large quantities out there to the international market, but we can sell CO2 credit just by us growing bananas here, making sure things are done, sustainably. We keep the environment. We lower down the soil protection, all those things in that whole value chain. And then we find that in that whole process, we are actually more and more putting a value to something that the country can earn from. So I think for us, it's a multitude of things we do: negotiations, discussions, conversations, events, showcasing. We even, these products that I was proud one time to show, what are these things called? Braids, braids made out of banana fiber. Have you seen that? So these are simple things. They are done from Uganda, but we don't amplify them. This is part of sustainability. We were in Washington, D.C., we were selling cow horns. That is part of sustainability. We are talking of how many people wear any cloth. Do you imagine the kind of buttons on your clothes? And we are saying, please, you can abandon plastic buttons. We have the cow horns. The Uganda cow horns can be a big substitute for the buttons on your clothes. The cow horn can produce so many things. So we sell the country. We tell them the cow is not just a cow. There's so much you can get from a cow. In fact, there's nothing on the cow that you can throw away. The horns, the hides, the meat, the milk, everything. So part of sustainability is a big project for us. And we have to find how we package them. For each region, for each market, there are things where we have, we have advantage. And we can package those things for particular markets, and we say, this is what we have. So if we introduce sustainability as part of the equation, there's a lot for us to work with. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, time is never our great ally, but we also started a little bit late, and we need to catch up with other programs. So we are going to try and wind this session, and I will ask Kezi. You already spoke a little bit to the issue of sustainability. If there is anything to add, if you could, and then your last message on the subject of igniting destination growth by unleashing the power of business events.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So for us as a company we made a decision years ago to take the route of sustainable event management. It became very clear to us way back that we needed to champion a cause around the area of sustainability. So we've championed SDG 12, which is on responsible production and consumption. And we've spoken about different initiatives, like what I talked about, plastic premise. But you have to begin by understanding the problem. Understand the problem, then begin to figure out a solution. I began to study some years back on the level of waste in the mice industry. You'll be surprised at how astronomical, the waste is. There were some studies that put, especially for large exhibitions, that for one exhibitor to walk through one large exhibition, 4 trees have to go down because of the amount of paper. Think of yourself attending an exhibition and you pride yourself in carrying the bag and move from one stand to the other, collecting all manner of manuals and documents that you then fly across the world with that you never ever read. How many are guilty? I am guilty. So you start to see small things and the impact that they have. Water, running water, and I'm so glad just to hear some of the initiatives that Speak has taken. Electricity, we're now advocating for natural lighting as much as possible in the room so that then we don't have to keep the lights on, in our meetings, or where we have to do this, then, use solar lighting, like what the venue is doing. But the thing is, so in the context of business events, you have to embed the sustainability conversation in the planning of that event from the beginning. So we do not engage on issues of sustainability at the end of the event. In the planning process, once we receive a concept from the client or we understand what the client is planning to do, the sustainability conversation starts there, because it has to be embedded within the venue selection process. It must be embedded within the vendor selection process, because we'll only work with vendors that have an understanding of these concepts, because it takes a village. It takes a whole ecosystem to build on the sustainability conversation within events. But beyond that is the application of technology and innovation. And I think we had a little bit about that even in the presentation by Glenn. We're starting to think, how do you deploy? For example, when you walked in here, and I was so proud to see that we have paperless registration. We now do have tools that we can deploy so that you don't have to, you don't have to give us all manner of paper for programs. We can now scan a QR code and we can access the program. You can send it on a link, we will read. We don't need to carry, and I walked around the exhibition and I saw exhibitors that now have the QR code. And it's these small things that we are starting to do as an industry. The other thing is engage stakeholders. Attendees are no longer just attendees. Attendees are stakeholders. You have to engage them on understanding how they can contribute to reducing waste in an event. We have implemented the reuse, recycle, repurpose initiatives in the context of our events, including hanging a banner where people can recycle their badges. You go to homes where people have hanged badges of all the conferences they've attended as if it's a badge of honor. I know there is pride to it, but you can repurpose, especially for events that happen annually. These things can be repurposed, they can be reused. I mean, you need to engage stakeholders on how they can make a contribution. When people understand what role they can play, then they're willing to play that role because they want to feel part and parcel of something that is meaningful. The other thing is small things matter. Small things like the mints. If you're like me, you'll walk into a meeting room and the first thing you go for is the mints. The sweet wrappers. If you look at the net effect of the sweet wrappers in a conference environment, I did a quick study with one of the hotels back in 2017, one of the large conferencing venues. We calculated just the plastic bottles per day. When we went to switch wrappers, we had to stop. Because my question to them was, where do these things go? Where does the waste go? And you begin to realize that venues, apart from, providing an experience, and I put it in quotes because we've been sold a certain narrative about what a positive experience is. You think that you must provide, of course, the water, 2 bottles every 4 hours, or 1 bottle every 4 hours. You must have the means, you must have paper, the notebooks that people write on. Really, how much of that really gets used? People can actually have their own notebooks. So we have to restart to think about some of these things that put us at a 5-star standard. And I think that's a whole conversation the tourism sector needs to rethink. What you have told us is 5-star. When you actually dig into it, it's open channels for waste that can be mitigated. But I wanted to speak about sustainability briefly on a larger scale. And I'm so glad that Ambassador referenced sustainability in the context of trade. For Africa here, one of the elements of our thinking and understanding on the issue of sustainability must be our young people. It must be our young people. And as an industry, we have an opportunity to engage young people. This is one of the industries that has low barriers of entry. It is an industry that allows all manner of multiplicity of skills. If you're an engineer, you can manage business events. I'm a lawyer who had no training whatsoever in business event management. In my company, we have people who've studied project management, others have done international relations. Young people can get engaged in this industry. But when we look at policy in many African countries, we don't have steady policy directives that support the business events industry. We need to now build linkage between this industry and the trade opportunities for our continent. I'm talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. We all are aware, or we should be, about the AFCFTA and the opportunity it avails to our people. We need to start realizing that every trade negotiation is a meeting. Every trade pact starts with a meeting. It is our industry that has the responsibility of fueling trade for our continent. Our young people, by 2030, if you look at the projected numbers of young people on the continent of Africa, it's astronomical. I think by 2050, we are saying 40% of all global population will be African, youth, African. So the AFCFTA gives us an opportunity to harness trade. That document, that agreement prioritizes the tourism sector. It's one of the priority sectors. Professional services, like what we do, it's one of the priority sectors in the AFCFTA. So we need to start thinking sustainability not just in the context of a meeting like this, because this meeting will end in a day or two. It needs to move into our generational impact and how we as a continent can start to leverage on opportunities that allow us to provide meaningful, gainful employment for our young people. Trade opportunities that bring money, inflows to our countries, because that's what MICE does. Every trade and business event is an opportunity to bring receipts through FDI, foreign direct investment into our country. It's an opportunity to sign a trade agreement that brings money into our country and provides sustainable employment for our people. So let's have perhaps a larger understanding of what opportunity this industry has and how we can leverage on it to drive deeper conversations, bigger conversations for our people. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. We said responsibility, sustainability starts with us. Each one of us must take the responsibility. As the Uganda Tourism Board, when we were organizing this event, we looked at different elements and intervention on sustainability. For any of you who has a badge or a wristband, you will see how we have tried to be sustainable. As we are saying this, there is opportunity, yeah? We say from the business point of view, there might be higher costs, of running your business as sustainably, but there's also opportunity in itself. I know the company that made these badges is of very young people who actually collect the waste papers from our office, and they use banana fiber and add in, and they make this. Yeah? We actually had a sponsor who wanted to do the badges for us, and we had to say no, thank you, and we had to pay for this instead. Yeah, because we also wanted to be able to promote this, because there's a way that we can do it more sustainably, and it's providing jobs for the younger people. But for those who have badges, please do not carry this with you home, because we want to use them again. So we'll be collecting them. But if you want to take this as a souvenir, you can. But again, they will decompose even if you throw them away. So thank you very much. Your last words, Greg?
Ma'am, thank you for that. Yes, it's so far it's been an honor and pleasure having everyone stay with us, hosting Poate. It truly is in our hearts, and we look forward to a successful few days of the final days. Personally, it's been an honor and pleasure joining these three wonderful people, industry leaders and thinkers in terms of sustainability. It's been wonderful being engaged with conversation, and thank you for your time, and thank you for inviting me.
Ambassador Santa, in 1 minute, your last words.
I think I can say that MICE for us as Uganda, for you in tourism, this put us all at the forefront. We are at the front line of, you know, we are the gateway for getting things to us as a country, and for getting things from us to outside there. So we have to make sure we handle them very well. We have to leverage on the low-hanging fruits that we have. Tourism is a very low-hanging fruit, because we don't have to manufacture the animals, we don't have to create the weather. You know, these low-hanging fruits, we must leverage on them, utilize them, and through this MICE, we sell our country and make ourselves a prosperous nation, and make Ugandans happy and continue to be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information as well, we had a sponsor from Aqua Coolers, and we have dispensers in the exhibition hall lobby area where the Uganda Tourism Board stall is. There's free water there. You can get free bottle to refill. We don't want to see one-use plastics at this event. So there's free water. The dispensers are there anytime. There's free coffee from Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Enjoy the Ugandan coffee. David, your last word.
Thank you. I think it's so exciting to be part of this industry. And any young person or mature person in this room has the opportunity to make a substantial impact, not only for their own personal wealth and career development, but also for a nation. And then wider than the nation of Uganda, the East African community, and the community in Africa. Our intercontinental trade is sufficient to sustain all of us without even needing business from anywhere else in the world. The resources that we have here at our disposal on this continent are greater than anywhere else on the planet. We have and we are custodians of something God has blessed our continent with. We need to work together, we need to do it sustainably, and with passion, energy, and excitement. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. David, Casey, Ambassador Santa, Greg, this has been amazing. I'm sure given more time, there would have been a lot more to talk about. Let me take the opportunity to, on behalf of my team, to give you a thank you token before you leave the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very exciting session and would want to bring it to a close in even a more exciting way. We have our permanent secretary, Mrs. Doreen Katusime, who is a great inspiration to us, I believe not only in the tourism sector, but with all of us who are learning from him, whether we're in the tourism sector or not. Ladies and gentlemen, she has also been the chair of the National Organizing Committee for Poate 2024. Her leadership is what has made all this happen, whether it is the exhibition, the seminars, and all the showcasing we are experiencing here at Poate 2024. Mrs. Doreen Katusime has a wide experience working with different ministries, departments, and agencies since 1987. That's not small experience that she has. Some of these include she worked at State House in the office of the President. She worked with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Education and Sports, Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Health, Ministry of East African Affairs, and now she's in the best ministry, the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, as the permanent secretary since 2014. And since she came to the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, we have seen a lot of dedication, commitment, and transformation in the sector. So we give it to her for all that she is doing in transforming not just the tourism sector, but her input into development of government policies, regulations, guidelines, and programs that are shaping Uganda. Notably, under her leadership, the Ministry of Tourism has done quite a lot. We can see these intangible results with increased number of tourism arrivals, the international, the revenue increment from tourism, and above all these, she has been the champion for mice in Uganda. When she took over as the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, that was one of her first projects, to get mice in, the practice and the development of mice in Uganda. She got a business plan and strategy developed within the first 3 months, and got lots of training. We had Mr. Rick Taylor from South Africa as a consultant to come and do training with the staff at the ministry, Uganda Tourism Board, the private sector in 2018. And then she handed the baby Uganda Convention Bureau to Uganda Tourism Board. Now she's just saying, yes, here you are doing right. Here you need to do better. So her guidance has been amazing, and it's what has brought us together here today. Without her, we wouldn't be here. She's also a great fundraiser. She has been able to negotiate, for funding. And one of the biggest support that we have got for mice industry in Uganda has been from the World Bank project, CEDEP, that without that, I don't think that we would be having the Uganda Convention Bureau. We wouldn't be having mice as part of Poate 2024. Let's give it out to our permanent secretary, Mrs. Doreen Katusime.
First of all, thank you for those very kind words. I don't know whether it is all true, but I am honored and humbled. Just a little correction, maybe the biodata I gave was a bit faulty. I started working in 1984, not 87. So that is how many years ago? 40? Huh? Yes, so I belong to a different generation from the most of the people in this room. And because of that, today for me has been a big lesson. I had been given a presentation, but I think I will not follow it because really the learning has been done from the panelists, and I don't think I need to add. I want to really appreciate. It has been an excellent and amazing, and I'm not using those words loosely. It has really, for me, as an individual, it has been a learning session. It has been, and I specifically said I belong to another generation because for us, my generation, these issues of sustainability and responsibility, they may not be new, but in terms of the applicability, it is a different generation. And I will just give you an example. When I was briefing my minister, who also belongs to a slightly different generation from mine, we talked about the theme. So he was asking me, he asked me a lot of questions. So how is this Poate different from the other Poates we've had? And I went through a number of things. We are in a new exhibition hall now. We are not going to be outside. We've worked with the private sector. We have carefully selected the hosted buyers, all the things that we did as NOC. Then we came to the theme. Then he said, responsible tourism? Is this an interesting theme? Is it going to attract people? And but because I had been trained by the expert, I think Lily is a bit different in that she comes from a conservation background. She worked for a long time, for those who may not know, with our chimpanzee sanctuary. And I think because of that, she has come with that sustainability, responsibility, conservation background. And so we want to thank her for that change, the mindset she has come with through UTB. Every time we have meetings now at the top management level, she keeps saying, why do we have to circulate papers? Can't we just share online? Now, for us, we belong to that generation where if we have not touched the paper and felt it, we don't feel like we have been to a meeting. I don't know whether you understand me. Yes, we must touch that paper. So even these QR code things, they are new to us. But listening to you, and that's why I thought what I want to say now in closing is, having listened to these people from the mice, people from the business, people from the sustainability thing is really for me what stuck. Yes, we are talking about mice. What can we do as government to make ourselves a mice destination? What are all these things we are putting in place, whether it's about accessibility, whether it's about building more hotels and bringing more brands, whether it's about the practices in the hotels, sustainability, I think, is what we are all going with. And so the few things I wanted to say was, how do we take these lessons from this room to our workplaces, to our homes, to all the meetings we have? We've been saying every time we have a conference, can we play the videos that showcase Uganda? Can we now add sustainability? So that every time we have a meeting, now we want to attract as many meetings as we can as Uganda, because it brings in revenue, it brings people to know about Uganda. But how do we take this message that from the time you enter this room, if you're using a plastic bottle, you are not being responsible. If you are using a lot of paper, and like the lady was saying, imagine how much paper we leave. I know that paper, some of it can be recycled, but how much waste? If people were actually told that you are contributing to the lack of sustainability in what you're practicing at these meetings, what about our hotels? These days, every time I travel, I see, you know what you see in the rooms? They tell you you don't have to use that towel once. If you want it to be used again, you can hang it in a certain way. Are we doing that in our hotels? Are we training our people? I was very impressed with what Munyonyo is doing. But are the other hotels, for example, aware? Maybe they actually are not. What they are doing is what they know best. What about in our own offices? So I think what we need to do, and really as UTB, I think you can take the lead because you have the Convention Bureau. Like she was telling you, we started the Convention Bureau, we handed it over to UTB. So I think everybody in this room, like Lily was saying, responsibility starts with us. How do we take this? For me, that is what I'm going with. How do we take this? How, when I go back to the ministry, am I going to sit down with my team and tell them, by the way, that theme was very powerful. And this is what I have learned from the seminar that I attended, listening to all these experts. So I want to thank you, to appreciate very much the panelists. It was a very good selection, I think, because each one came with a very unique experience and lessons to us. So I want to thank whoever came up with this panel, and to thank you for having accepted that invitation and coming to share. Like I said last night, that Poate is an expo, but it's not just an expo. It's an event where we have come to share experiences, to learn from each other, so that we don't go back the same. We cannot leave Poate 2024 the same way we came. So thank you, everyone. I know it has been a long session, but I want to thank you very much. I know we have our ambassador here who represents us in Arusha. can we take this message to the East African community? Because for you, you have even a wider coverage. So thank you, everyone, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much, PS. Ladies and gentlemen, every nice thing comes to an end. We thank you for being part of this conversation of sustainability and all the lessons we have learned. Let's take them into action wherever we are going back to. Have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of Poate for the next 2 remaining days. Thank you. Sorry, apologies. Can I have the panelists back to take a group photo with the PS? PS and the panelists. David, Greg, we need you here for a group photo with the PS. Ambassador, you can join us as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as you go out, we still have more sessions of seminar tomorrow. So you can come back here. We have one session in the morning, another one in the afternoon. Thank you.
Sankele fila sabana nindoro woro wolon fila shegi kononton Olube sankele fila sabana nindoro woro wolon fila shegi kononton